making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
Just
2,
one victory
1.
feels life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
Just
2,
one victory
1.
feels life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
Just
2,
one victory
1.
feels life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
Just
2,
one victory
1.
feels life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2,
Just one victory
1.
feels life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
Just
2,
one victory
1.
feels life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2,
Just one victory
1.
feels life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, sir.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, sir.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, sir.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, sir.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, sir.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, sir.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, sir.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get on with that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get on with that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get on with that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And we're back. It is Wednesday, August 19th, 2026.
It's White Pill Wednesday.
It's White
I just
Pill
heard.
Wednesday.
Yeah.
It's White Pill Wednesday. It's a big deal today.
Everyone's talking about it.
Everyone's talking about it. We have an amazing new result from Moderna where they have just come out with an mRNA. Well, haven't come out with, but I think phase 3 clinical trial results came back for this mRNA vaccine, which like substantially reduced the recurrence of melanoma in a big late stage trial, which is really amazing. Obviously, you know, cancer is like one of the greatest killers of humanity, you know, hundreds of thousands.
It's the second, right?
Yeah, it's the second after heart disease. Like, probably millions of people
Then
worldwide.
third is like motor accidents or something. Or just regular accidents.
I don't know. Moderna stock
the
is
US
up
it is.
131% today.
Yeah.
That's pretty amazing.
I'd like to know more about the other company, Merck & Co.
Oh,
which
Merck is
I
like
am
a
less familiar with.
Merck is like a legendary, like ancient pharma company.
Giga Unc.
GigaUnc, yeah, it was founded
Let's see.
in 1891 as a subsidiary of Merck Group was a German science and technology company founded in 1668. It's the world's oldest operating chemical and pharma company.
Yeah, the Merck family.
1668. That's crazy.
Are these like
So the apothecary, who basically like an old word for a pharmacist, Friedrich Jacob Merck in 1668.
calling my peptide dealer the apothecary?
That would be a banger. He lived in the Landgraviate of Hesse-Darmstadt. Germany used to be like a collection of like hundreds of different like micro states, basically. Assumed ownership of the Angel Pharmacy, the Engel Apotheke, and then it became, you know, the pharmacy stuck around for 150 years, and then this guy Emanuel Merck took it over and started selling drugs and inventing drugs. Do not ask Merck what happened during World War II. We don't talk about that.
Okay, so time jump, 2001, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation purchased stock in Merck.
They spun out an American branch in 1891 in New Jersey, which has done all kinds of things. Let's see, what did they do? Oh, yeah. Merck funded the discovery of streptomycin, which was the first effective treatment for tuberculosis, which was incredible because at the time, like half of people who got tuberculosis would die. And now, like, do you know anyone who's died of tuberculosis? Probably not, right?
I do not.
Yep.
All right. So they made a bunch of pharma acquisitions, I'm seeing. They acquired Edenix Pharmaceuticals for $3.85 billion in 2014.
They won a public health award from the Lasker Foundation, who I think is related to Jordan Lasker, Cremieux. Yeah, they developed the MMR vaccine, the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine. They developed the first statin, lovastatin.
What? Really?
Yeah. They developed ivermectin for veterinary use. They have done all kinds of things. And so...
Wow. One of the more robust company Wikipedia pages.
Huge company Wikipedia page.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
so
lawsuits and controversies. Oh.
Their biggest product is Keytruda, pembrolizumab, which is an immune modulator for cancer treatment. They're biggest by far. Like the way most pharma companies work is like they have one headline product that makes them like more revenue than everything else. Their second biggest product is Gardasil, which is the HPV vaccine. And then their third largest is the MMR, measles, mumps, rubella, and varicella vaccine. So anyway, Moderna and Merck are working together on a personalized mRNA vaccine to help reduce the recurrence of melanoma. This is very exciting to me if you have seen my skin color. Moderna shares more than double.
Maybe you'll be able to go out to the sun. Maybe you'll become a real boy.
Yeah, maybe I'll be able to go outside now. Merck climbed more than 10%.
Theo spends like, probably, how much time do you spend indoors? Just like percentage?
A lot.
Lifetime, probably like 90?
That's like most people in modernity, in modern society.
I don't know. I think like lifetime mine is lower than that.
So I wonder why Moderna stock like tanked after COVID. I mean, I know they developed like one of the first COVID vaccines. I guess like the demand for that just went away.
And weren't there just two other big pharma companies that were leading that?
Yeah.
So it was probably just that.
It is an important step forward for the field of cancer immunotherapy, more specifically for cancer vaccines, which have had a long but relatively unsuccessful track record until now. So basically the way this works is it trains the immune system to recognize specific cancer targets. It trains the immune system to kill cancer.
Yep. In the U.S., roughly 112,000 people are diagnosed with it each year, and 8,500 people die from it. So that's actually not horrible. Like, let me do the quick maths on that.
3.1 million Americans die every year.
Of skin cancer?
No, just of anything.
Oh, that's not the kind of... I was just seeing like the rate. 7%? Is that right? So you have a 7% chance of death? Roughly.
I don't know if that's how it works. Is it?
If you're diagnosed with skin cancer and then deaths are
well,
about
maybe like
7%.
some people die like later, or some people die of like
roughly,
other things.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah.
Yeah. Moderna CEO Stéphane Bancel said the product could be approved as soon as 2027. It is an extraordinary milestone for mRNA science, Bancel said. Still, questions remain about the cost and feasibility of producing such bespoke cancer treatments at scale. The good, in quotes, news is that cost does not matter as much for cancer drugs compared to other types of drugs because people are willing to pay a lot of money for them. So, you know,
bankrupting a few families.
Right. It is good in the sense that, like, if it were a really expensive treatment against the common cold, for example, no one would bother.
Yeah.
But because it
Yeah,
is
I mean,
a
it's a
treatment against
completely
cancer,
inelastic supply demand. Sorry, like if you have like a rare genetic disease, your demand for the cure is completely inelastic, and the same follows for cancer.
so the really big news would be like if this type of drug works for other tumors, in preventing recurrence. So like nowadays we have made just so much progress on cancer in the last like 10 or 15 years. It's really incredible. It's really beautiful. Like a lot of cancers, there's this really good Substack article recently about like if Walter White got his specific type of cancer today rather than in 2008, he would have like a 50% chance of survival. Whereas that type of cancer, even 20 years ago, was like basically certain death.
Yeah.
Because we have so many different kinds of therapies. We have immunotherapy. We have like all kinds of like novel drugs for cancer. So patients' tumors are surgically removed. The mRNA vaccine was given in combination with Keytruda, which, as we talked about, is the immunotherapy drug. And it worked quite well. Wow. Therapeutic vaccines have been something of a holy grail in cancer. People have been trying to do this for, over 100 years in one way or another, Healy said. Who is Healy? Jane Healy, head of oncology early development at Merck.
Okay, wait. I'm curious. Like, what are the most common
Wow.
cancers?
The company said earlier this year that skin cancer patients in a mid-stage trial who got the mRNA shot with Keytruda were 49% less likely to die or have their cancer return after 5 years than those who received Keytruda alone.
Okay. Yeah, melanoma is the most common cancer, and then prostate, breast, and then lung.
Melanoma is the most common cancer?
Yeah.
Or all skin cancers?
Or sorry, all skin cancers.
Yeah, there's
I guess there are carcinomas.
basal cell and squamous cell carcinoma,
Yeah.
which are less serious and more common. Yeah. So that's just incredible. What an amazing development this is.
Yeah, this is incredible.
Let's see if there's any discourse about this on X. Yeah, Moderna stocks absolutely surged. This is the post from Moderna. Moderna and Merck today announced positive top-line results from the Phase 3 Interpath 001 trial evaluating adjuvant treatment with intismeran autogene, a novel investigational mRNA-based individualized neoantigen therapy jointly developed by Merck and Moderna in combination with Keytruda, pembrolizumab, Merck's anti-PD-1 therapy in patients with completely resected stage 2B4 melanoma. Okay. I kind of just read that to see if I could read that without making mistakes. But let's ask Claude to translate.
Claude, make this 30 IQ points lower.
Yeah, literally.
Adjuvant treatment given after surgery to prevent cancer from coming back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think the recurrence rate for melanoma is too high. I just searched it up.
mRNA based, it's messenger RNA. It was the same technology behind the COVID vaccine. It's individualized, it's made for every patient. Neoantigen are abnormal proteins that mark cancer cells. Doctors sequence the DNA of your specific tumor, identify mutations unique to your cancer which produce neoantigens, and then manufacture a personalized mRNA shot that trains your immune system to hunt down cells carrying those exact markers. It's amazing. It's just like incredible technology.
It's interesting that like this is particularly like this works because of the combination with Keytruda.
Right. So tumors
Keytruda releases the brakes on immune cells, and then
tumors use a protein called PD-1 to
Yeah.
hide from the immune system.
Yeah.
Usually, the immune system is supposed to kill stuff like cancer that is not meant to be there. And then stage 2B to 4 melanoma, moderately advanced to advanced, where recurrence risk after surgery is significant.
Yeah, I guess that's just true. Apparently, after the advanced stages, there's significantly higher risk of recurrence.
Yep.
Like 15 to 70%, apparently. Survivors also face an increased risk of developing a brand new separate melanoma. Yeah.
We also have we have a gray pill Wednesday. Depends, some people might think it's a white pill, some people might think it's a black pill, but Unitree just went public and surged 460%, rose by as much as 629% intraday, giving Unitree a market value of 342 billion yuan, which is $51 billion.
Yep.
Putting it ahead of recently listed tech companies including MetaX and More Threads.
That's like less than the Cursor acquisition, was it not?
That is less than the Cursor acquisition.
Yep.
I think, however, it is more than Figure. Figure is valued at 39 billion. Unitree is valued at 50.
But that's kind of ridiculous given that
billion.
Unitree
Unitree actually sells stuff.
Ships things.
You can actually buy stuff from Unitree.
Yeah. It's just another case of like systemic Chinese market underpricing. But
Unitree's debut surge signals strong appetite for China's embodied AI sector, said Bloomberg analyst Ian Ma.
Absolutely insane, by the way, to find out that AGI bot was bigger than.
I had no idea. I just I read this report.
Than Unitree.
I had
insane.
No idea.
Yeah.
Unitree's retail order book exceeded the 7.7 trillion yuan of bids generated by CXMT. Wow, that's like amazing. So 7.07. That's like
That was the biggest IPO in Asia.
That's
CXMT.
$1 trillion.
CXMT. Yeah.
That's amazing. So there's $1 trillion of retail demand for Unitree stock.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, like, IPOs in China are basically guaranteed to like 5x. Not financial advice, but like because of the way that Chinese regulations work, they like cap the price to revenue or price to earnings, I forget which ratio of like IPOs. And so the stocks tend to go up a lot on their first day of trading. The enthusiasm also underscores growing expectations that deployment of humanoid robots is beginning to accelerate.
Yeah.
The mass production inflection point appears close. Tim Huang. we keep seeing people
Named
in like
doppelgangers,
Bloomberg articles who are like one letter away from people we know. Like, remember Gary Tan?
Yeah, we're gonna see like a Theo
Gary.
Yaffe or something.
Theo Yaffe.
He's gonna be like a journalist at Bloomberg.
Yeah, literally. The bots that reply to you. Remember Bernd Liang?
Yeah.
Deep cut.
JP Morgan forecasts global humanoid robot shipments will rise to 60,000 this year and 1.7 million units by 2030, compared with 18,000 units in 2025. That's nuts.
One thing I'm kind of interested in is like, we've seen the backlash against data centers. What's going to be the backlash against humanoids?
There's not going to be backlash against humanoids.
There totally could be. Like, I can imagine like TikTokers like jumping humanoids as like a trend. Like, absolutely, someone will do this. This will happen.
Like, I'm sure, but it's not actually going to be nowhere near as bad as data centers because, like, there's obviously a lot of reasons, but number one is just that they're awesome.
Well, what's the precedent that we can learn from Waymos? Because like there hasn't been much backlash against Waymos, but
they're not going to take jobs.
There were these like riots in LA where they like destroyed a bunch of Waymos, but I think that was kind of unrelated to the Waymos.
Like, I can see there being like, okay, let's say that like Unitree starts allowing like they start shipping robots to the US to perform at like concerts like Taylor Swift and Cat's Eye performances or something. Mm-hmm. Then you can imagine the people on TikTok will be like, why are you guys not hiring real dancers? Like, you're taking the jobs from dancers.
Basically.
That's going to be real. That's going to be a thing. But like in any other capacity, I think that they're too awesome. They're not actually substitutes for jobs yet. And they're like physical, like tangible things and not data centers, which are just like some intangible, like shell, like literally thing that hosts the ghost in the shell that you can't really like conceptualize too well. So I think it's going to be very different. But yeah, I am casting in that prediction of like people on TikTok will cancel the like dancer like R1s or whatever.
So who's the founder of Unitree? Wang Xingxing, who was born in Ningbo, China, which is like a tier 2, tier 3 city, kind of close-ish to Shanghai. He enrolled at he's one of these like crazy lore people. As a first-year student, he built a small bipedal robot in 2009 with $30 worth of components. Then enrolled in Shanghai University to pursue a master's degree in mechatronics engineering. Spent around 20,000 yuan, which is $3,000 developing a prototype quadruped robot. Graduated in 2016 and joined DJI, which is the top Chinese drone company. They account for over 90% of the world's consumer drone market. This is like one of the top companies in Shenzhen. I didn't know that their headquarters is so baller like this. That's kind of awesome.
Who designed that?
Norman Foster. The Chinese love Norman Foster and they love Zaha Hadid. These are like the two.
Zaha is goated.
Zaha Hadid is pretty goated.
Do we have any?
Unfortunately, they kind of be doing too much. Like every building in China nowadays is just Zaha Hadid.
Who cares?
I still like her.
that's like much better than the alternative IMO.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, like it's much better than like every new building in San Francisco being this like postmodernist slop that's terrible.
Or like the Culver Cityification of the U.S.
Yeah,
you know what I'm talking about? Like extremely millennial buildings.
Like this building, for example. This is in Miami. It's such a good building. I love this.
I need every building to look like that.
Every time I go to Miami, I am just like in awe of this building. This is what it looks like. Man, I miss Miami. Imagine living in one of these.
Wasn't going to drink today, but I miss Miami.
Yeah, literally. Imagine living in a penthouse in this building for the cost of like a 2-bedroom condo and like a 1940 house in San Francisco. Anyway, so this guy, Wang Xingxing, resigned to start Unitree Robotics in 2016. It totally struggled for 3 years. And then by late 2018, it began generating revenue. In January 2025, he was seated in the front row at Xi Jinping's high-profile business symposium. He was the youngest among the group. He's 35 to 36 years old.
Oh, he stated apparently Boston Dynamics is not a competitor to them because their product cycles are much longer.
Right. Boston Dynamics is kind of a research lab. Do they even have products?
Yeah, it's just a... I mean, I think they...
Oh, it was a spinoff of MIT. Interesting.
They might have developed
It's
the
owned
first
by Hyundai.
quadrupeds. I'm not sure. Fact check me on that. Who... Or maybe it was like quadrupeds were developed in a college or something.
First quadruped robot. The walking truck developed by General Electric engineer Ralph Mosher in the 60s.
What? Oh, wow. That is
a 3,000-pound hydraulic machine controlled by a human operator inside. That's kind of cool.
Okay, what about like the modern one though?
The Titan series developed since the 1980s by the Hirose Yoneda laboratory. Dude, Japanese tech is so fallen off. You look at like so much stuff like robotics and semiconductors, and like if you look at like where innovation was happening in like the 70s, 80s, and 90s, it was like all in Japan. So much of it was in Japan, and now they just like don't innovate much at all.
Hey, they innovate in the manga space.
They do innovate in the manga space. This is true, and it's a beautiful country, and they make far better cities than we do. But I wish they would do more like fundamental like research and tech. I think like a lot of their corporate culture is like not really compatible with this stuff. So Unitree is doing really quite well. And also the World Robotics Conference is in Beijing this weekend.
Oh, that's awesome.
Unitree does this demo where they have their robots wear like helmets and boxing gloves and fight each other. Mm-hmm. And when I was in Beijing, I actually got to see the robots fight each other. It was pretty sick.
Are there people like teleoping them or like controlling them?
They're autonomous.
Oh, it'd be much cooler if you actually could just control them.
Madison Huang, Jensen Huang's daughter, and a senior NVIDIA executive made an unannounced visit to the event.
Madison Huang.
Who is this person? Senior Director of Product Marketing at NVIDIA.
Oh, I've never seen or heard of her.
Me neither. She drew onlookers much as her father has on past visits to Beijing. You know, if MTS is like the Switzerland of the singularity, NVIDIA is also the Switzerland of the singularity. They like.
What does that mean?
Jensen is like beloved in America. He's beloved in Taiwan. He's beloved in China. You know how tough it is to do that?
No, this is true. Yeah, only he can do it.
Robotics is an important force. Yep. So Xin Guobin, Vice Minister of Industry and Information Technology, said robotics have become an important force in China's economic and social development. Yeah, this is pretty important if you have a TFR of 1 and you'll need to figure out how to continue having a functioning economy in 20 years.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is really interesting. Look at this. In the first half of 2025, Unitree was the largest humanoid robot vendor. In the first half of 2026, AGI Bot is the largest. And then the third largest is Galbot. Have you heard of Galbot?
I think so. Is it also Chinese?
World-leading embodied AI company, building general-purpose robots for every industry and home.
Wow, looks like a very Tesla ripoff from the font.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a little more sleek. Wow, this is okay. This is an Optimus ripoff.
Kind of. It's
Or Optimus
173
inspired.
centimeters, which is like 5'7", 5'8". So it's quite a bit taller than the Unitree bots, which are very short. They should make the robots like 6'8", just to like scare people. No, I'm just kidding. They shouldn't do that. Look at this little guy.
Aw.
Okay, so this is the third largest. That's so funny. They're employing this Galbot humanoid inside of a Family Mart in Beijing.
And a Fox News
I remember this.
reporter
I remember this.
is
Remember
there.
when Trump went to China and then like he brought a bunch of Fox News reporters with him, and then they were like running around Beijing going like China's living in the 22nd century.
I feel like Trump has to low-key fuck with China so heavy.
I'm sure he does.
Like secretly.
No, he definitely does. Whenever he talks about Xi Jinping, he's like, the great Xi Jinping, who is well respected and admired. Yeah, so robots are awesome. Unitree's done quite well. But some people don't like technology. There's a Pew Research survey that just came out today. Or yesterday,
great
rather.
transition. 8.5 out of 10.
I know, we got to do more of these 10 out of 10s. Young adults in the US are increasingly wary of AI and concerned it will take jobs. So young adults in the US, okay. So they've always been more concerned than excited. So it's kind of interesting. There was a big discontinuous jump from 2022 to 2023. But the amount of people, or the percentage of people who are more excited than concerned has halved since 2021. The good news is the silent majority, quote majority, 48% of young Americans. Oh wait, no, this is all Americans. 48% of all Americans are still equally concerned and excited, or more excited than concerned.
More excited than concerned feels like a fairly like privileged viewpoint, I think. Or
Why?
like
Like the poorest people in the world are all more excited than concerned.
this is true, but that's for a very different reason. Like in the US, that's entirely flipped, I think. It's not so much like, oh, you're like a blue collar worker and you're super excited about technology. Like you don't really see that.
I am actually curious about how it splits. Like I could imagine poor people do like AI more. Like if you are a blue collar worker, like if you own a farm, for example, if you actually operate a farm, you probably like AI and robotics a lot because it makes operating a farm much easier.
We would have to literally talk to farmers because I think like maybe
We should.
some of them would be like,
My mom grew up on a farm.
oh, interesting. I think some of them would be like, yeah, automated tractors would be super useful for my work. Others would probably like fall victim to the narrative of like the automated, tractors would take my job, would automate me away. I think it would be probably a split. But like across the board, blue collar workers, you can imagine, are not at all pro technology. or like pro like AI.
I actually
robotics.
I would believe that that's not true. I'm not sure. Young adults, however, have gotten way more concerned than excited. So among 18 to 29 year olds, 18 to 29 year olds are now the second most concerned age group after boomers. And they've gone since 2021, they've gone from 31% concerned. Since 2022, what year is this? Okay. I think these numbers are wrong. Since 2022, they've gone from 29% more concerned than excited to 55%. And since 2021, they've gone from 25% more excited than concerned to 11%. So for the first time, a majority of adults under 30 now say they're more concerned than excited. More Americans think AI will take people's jobs than 2 years ago. Percent of U.S. adults who say they think AI will lead to more jobs or fewer jobs in the U.S. over the next 20 years, 71% think fewer jobs. I think they're kind of right. Over the next 20 years. Over the next 5 years, maybe not.
I don't think that's true. I think the jobs will just not look or feel like jobs in 20 years.
I mean, just
the
look at the
quantity of them will not decrease.
look
your
at the
job is
labor
going to
force
be like
participation rate over time.
your job is going to be like content creator / data labeler / like not even like intentional data labeler, like data producer.
I don't know. Like a lot of people might just be on welfare or something or on UBI. Like
They're not
labor
gonna be
force
doing nothing.
participation rate.
I don't think.
The labor force participation rate in the U.S. has been in like secular decline since 2000.
Is this true for all developed countries?
I think so. Like this is just a function of like the population is aging.
Yeah.
And there are like people who are rich who don't want to work anymore. There are more people on various forms of government assistance than there used to be, but like a smaller share of the adult population. I think this is the labor force is like 16 to 65 or something. Has gone down from a high of 67% to now 61%, which is the lowest it's been since the 1970s. I don't think this is necessarily a bad thing. Definitely it would be fine if our society gets so affluent that people can afford not to work.
I think it actually depends entirely on population age demographics. Because if you imagine that lifespans go up significantly higher, or maybe like not even significantly, like lifespans get extended, right, in the next 20 years, then we will be facing more of an inverted population pyramid than we even do now. And then, yeah, there would be like much lower probably workforce participation. Also depends on if health span follows lifespan and people can work for longer. But I just think it depends on demographics, really.
Yeah. Young adults are now just as likely as those 30 to 64 to think AI will take people's jobs. So in 2 years, they've gone from 61% to 73% fewer jobs. But basically, like super majorities of all American demographics seem to think, or age demographics at least, seem to think that AI will lead to fewer jobs. Which, like, we'll see. I don't think that, like, what they're imagining is basically just like everyone gets laid off from their job and then loses their livelihood. My hot take is that people are not afraid of losing their jobs. They're afraid of losing their livelihood. Like, if they won the lottery tomorrow, they would quit their job for the most part.
Yeah, and then
Like,
do
if
something
you're-
like do what they actually want to do.
Yeah, if you're living in middle America, if you're living in Toledo, Ohio, and you're working at 7-Eleven, you're working at Walmart, and you win the lottery, you'll quit your job. That means you'll lose your job. But if you're materially better off, then you would want to do that. Like, if you're materially better off, you have the time to pursue what you want to do, then of course that would be okay.
I mean, no, I totally agree with you on that front. It's just that I don't believe in people doing nothing. Like, I don't actually believe in like WALL-E dystopian society. Maybe like some percentage
Like
of the
some amount of
population will be
leisure
like
is
that.
good. Yeah.
But like
I say this and I have no leisure time. But that's okay.
I didn't hear you, but yeah, but it's not going to be zero participation in any workforce or any activities.
Right. I mean, people will find stuff to do.
Yeah.
Let's see. So one other person is warned of backlash. Fei Li, the godmother of AI pioneer. She says, the U.S. is such an important country in terms of its impact to the world. If we are not showing a positive attitude and positive path toward AI, everybody loses.
Oh my God, so true, Fei. So true.
So true. The U.S. should serve as a role model.
We must lead by example. In fact, this could save Europe. I think if the U.S. was took a more techno-optimist stance, then Europe would likely follow, and so would Canada.
I don't know about that.
You think they would oppose you think they would go against the current of the U.S.?
Yes.
I don't know.
I think Europe and Canada are a little cooked on these topics.
I don't think so. I think Canada sentiment much mirrors the U.S.
If you are a smart, tech-minded Canadian, almost
SF,
certainly you are moving to SF.
Yeah. No, they're smart people.
Do you know how many Canadians? Do you know how many Canadians and how many Euros and how many Anglos and how many Australians are in SF? We're brain draining the world's developed countries.
Yeah.
For their top tech talent. So I think this will get worse over time and not better. So by contrast, many countries in Asia demonstrate a more positive attitude toward AI.
Yep.
Li chalks that up to a strong focus on the technology throughout early education in those regions. I think it's kind of more just if you live in an Asian country, especially China, you have seen the material world around you get much better physically in your lifetime.
Literally in your lifetime.
But even in Korea, Korea has gotten much richer in the last 20, 30, 40 years. Even Singapore has gotten much richer. The US has gotten much richer, but it's less legible.
Less visible.
If you live in California, it looks the same as it did in 1970. Nothing has changed. Maybe it's actually worse because the houses are more expensive and the traffic is worse. You don't get to see the benefits of the technology in the world around you.
In the US, you've just largely seen things age over time as opposed to be constructed over time, which is what you would see in Asia. Yeah. And maybe there's more Internet of Things integration in Asia.
Production says electric Caltrain. That actually, that's an improvement. I remember riding the old Caltrain and it was terrible. The electric Caltrain is nicer. But, we should have a bullet train from SF to San Jose to LA to San Diego. It should have been done 20 years ago and it should have cost $5 billion. And we don't have any of that. So what's the Fei Li lore? She was born in Beijing, grew up in Chengdu, moved to America when she was 16. Worked weekends at her family's dry cleaning shop. This is peak Asian American immigrant lore. In Parsippany, New Jersey.
Yep.
Which is a distant suburb of New York. She went to Princeton, majored in physics. During her years at Princeton, Li returned home most weekends to help run her family's dry cleaning business and worked as a dishwasher to supplement the family income. Literally dream Asian child. That's so based. She went to Caltech, got a master's in electrical engineering and a PhD in electrical engineering. And at the time, which was the early 2000s, she was already working on computational models of visual recognition, which she ended up doing a lot later.
Yeah, I think computer vision, oh my God. I think the first time that I heard of her was during a TED talk that she gave about computer vision or something. TED talk? Wait, when was this?
It must have been 10 years ago, right?
Which was it? This one? It was in 2015. Yeah, this one. And her dress was so cool. We're teaching computers how to understand pictures. Fei Li.
This is a really cool dress.
Right? Isn't it awesome?
Very computational.
Yeah.
So she was an academic. She was a professor at UIUC, and then at Princeton, and then at Stanford, and then became a tenured full professor. She was the director of the Stanford Artificial Intelligence Lab, which was one of the top academic AI labs in the world. While at Princeton, she led the development of ImageNet. ImageNet ended up being a really big deal for visual recognition AI. Basically, it was this huge database of labeled images. So they hired a bunch of people using Mechanical Turk, Amazon Mechanical Turk, which is like an early version of Mercor or something. So they hired like millions of people, probably hundreds of thousands of people, to label a bunch of images.
Yep.
You know, this is a cat, this is a truck, in order to teach AI how to understand it. So then she became the chief scientist of AI and /ML and vice president at Google Cloud.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, she left Google, returned to Stanford, led Stanford. She has a whole bunch of like students and proteges. I'm pretty sure like Andrew Ng was one of them. And then she founded World Labs. Do they even mention World Labs?
Yeah.
They do.
Okay.
Yeah. So she's on partial leave at Stanford. She raised $1 billion.
World Labs was in 2024?
Yeah.
That's so recent.
She raised cumulatively over $1 billion for World Labs. That's amazing. Oh, wow. Look at this. Her doctoral students include Timnit Gebru and Andrei Karpathy.
Yep.
Like the good child and the evil child. Yeah. And
Yeah.
then her doctoral advisor, Christoph Koch. Remember this guy? Remember we talked to this B2B SaaS founder who was like, oh, I heard you talking about AI consciousness, and I used to do research in neuroscience and consciousness, and you should read a book by this guy, Christoph Koch.
Yeah. Did you read the book?
No.
What was the book again?
I forget.
I trust his recommendation.
It was The Quest for Consciousness, a Neurobiological Approach, written with Francis Crick, who was like one of the, or he worked together with Francis Crick, who helped like discover DNA. And he was the doctoral advisor to Fei-Fei Li.
I love how there's just like such strong lineages of like professorships and studying under someone.
Mm-hmm.
It's very Plato and Aristotle.
It literally is Plato and Aristotle.
Nothing has changed.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, AI is unpopular. There's this related story from the Wall Street Journal today. Inside big tech's frantic race to quell the growing backlash to AI.
Guys, and I speak to big tech here as well. You're not going to be the ones to do it. Like maybe they can fund.
Not directly.
Yeah, not directly. Maybe they can like fund efforts. But like if you're a blue collar worker, you're like a blue collar like truck driver, and you're really skeptical about AI. And then Google is like, they're there, don't worry, look at this. It's kind of like the Meta campaign that we saw a few weeks back, where it was like this video that they made or whatever. That's not going to quell their concerns. Like,
right.
That's completely unreasonable. Like it has to be like a cultural shift, and that's not going to be led by big tech. No offense. But
in July, about 1,000 Georgia residents gathered at the Effingham County College and Career Academy to hear about what OpenAI could do for them. Effingham County is where they're building their like newest huge data center right outside of Savannah. It's kind of interesting. Like Savannah, Georgia was like one of the top cities in the old American South before the Revolution, because it's, you know, it's on a giant navigable river. It's like right on the coastline and whatnot. And now it's going to be like the heart of the singularity as well.
Yeah.
One of them. On their way in, attendees...
The multipolar heart of the singularity.
Yeah. Filed past protesters holding signs that read, "I didn't vote for AI and you can't drink data." What does this even mean?
What?
I didn't vote for AI is so silly. It's like...
A lot of the things actually that happen, you didn't vote for.
Yeah.
First of
don't be a
all.
greedy whore. No data centers.
What?
Say no to shit brown water. No data centers. What? Protect our children.
Protect our children from cloud services.
Bro.
Protect our children from
can't.
Google Drive.
I can't do this anymore. I can't do
It's funny to see you get so rage baited.
There was a taco bar at the protest.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. Oh no, there's a taco bar at the event inside of the protest.
Okay.
There was also richer fare on offer. In announcing the project, the company pledged to invest $80 million in the community and provide as much as $71 million in coding credits to local students. Yeah, you need an open house. It is like really strange that this stuff isn't working. Where it's like, basically, if you let us build our thing in your county, like we're just going to give you a lot of money. We're going to give you a lot of money.
I mean, it's got to work at some point.
Yeah. Someone is going to take them up on it.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, so Zuckerberg wrote his essay, as you mentioned. Like this kind of thing, I think, might actually work better than even like just direct checks to people, where it's like this is what like slopulous respond to is like teachers receiving bonuses. It reads really well in a headline.
Well, that's not even slopulism. That's just kind of based. Like that's just like, yeah, if you're gonna pay any like group of people in a particular like district or whatever, for data centers, like teachers are probably the best beneficiary. They're like already underpaid. The school, like education, is like one of the biggest.
I don't know. I would just like give it as a dividend to everyone.
You could, but it would just be like too low probably to give to everyone. If you give it to just teachers, like if you tell everyone you're going to give them like $1,000 dividend, would that move the needle? Maybe. I don't know. It's probably just much better to give a larger one to teachers.
Zuckerberg promised that Meta data centers were committed to being water positive, meaning the company would restore more water than it uses in those communities by 2030. In high water stress areas, Zuckerberg said his company's goal was to restore 200% of the water it uses. Where are they going to get the water from? I don't know what it means to restore water.
Yeah, what?
So their projected capex for just the 4 largest hyperscalers this year is $700 and something billion. That's a lot of money. Yep, 71% of Americans said they would oppose the construction of a data center in their local area, according to Gallup. I would oppose the construction of a data center in my local area in downtown San Francisco. But if I live somewhere,
gonna say, where do 71% of Americans live?
If I live somewhere more rural, if I lived in a field in Oklahoma, I would absolutely support a data center in my local area.
Roughly 71% of Americans live in densely defined urbanized areas. Wow. So what a surprise. I think it's like obvious. This is so obvious. Mm-hmm. People have like very obvious and reasonable fears about data centers being like irresponsibly zoned or located. That's completely reasonable.
I don't even know if it is reasonable. Like, where are data centers located that are bad? Like, most of the giant data center projects are built in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Like Richland Parish, Louisiana, Effingham County, Georgia.
As they should be.
Like, if you look at the map of Effingham County, Georgia, it's like northwest of Savannah. It's here. It's like there's just a lot of pretty empty land.
Yeah.
Maybe they should make it even more rural. Maybe they should build it in the middle of the desert in Nevada.
Well, then cooling becomes a really big issue. Maybe they could do like solar farms or something.
Something like that.
So yeah, okay.
Yeah, data center opponents frequently cite rising electricity prices, environmental impacts, and noise as grounds for fighting new projects. And some also oppose the development of AI itself. I wonder what % of anti-data center people are anti-AI?
Yeah, we need a study that sort of decouples the anti-AI.
20%? 30%?
From, it's just like a perfect storm. Like everything culminates in the boogeyman of the data center, and it just makes total sense.
Mm-hmm. So a whole bunch of companies have signed the White House Ratepayer Protection Pledge, vowing to cover the cost of the electricity their facilities require to avoid passing it down to consumers. I think it would really, really be helpful for people to actually see their electricity bills going down, because the data center companies have built out so much grid that supply matches demand. This would be amazing. Ben Green, assistant professor of information and public policy at University of Michigan, said he sees a disconnect between tech companies' PR tactics and their actions. They're saying on the one hand, oh, we want to be a good neighbor, we want to support the community. On the other hand, they're fighting back against moratorium bills and other regulations. Yeah, obviously. What? They want to be a good neighbor and support the community and also build the data centers.
Oh, yeah, this is exactly what I said.
That's kind of dumb.
Microsoft Smith said there's a limit to how much tech companies can shift public opinion through messaging efforts that lack deeper substance. Yep. Exactly. Which is why maybe you don't even try, and instead you just try developing technologies and goods that are helpful or covering costs like Meta's doing.
Yeah. Well, I guess we'll end on one banger, which is there's this new book called oops, I killed my own screen share. let me fix that. Do not close the tab. There we go. There's this new book called Regime Change Inside the Imperial Presidency of Donald Trump. On when Trump discovered ChatGPT. When Brockman connected his laptop to the TV close to Trump's chair and brought up on screen the ChatGPT interface, the look on Trump's face went from exhaustion to a wide-eyed, wait, what is this? To show off ChatGPT's capabilities, Brockman took the text of an executive order on AI policy from the first Trump admin and pasted the whole thing into the prompt field. He asked ChatGPT to summarize the order into a sentence where every word started with the same letter.
This is so
The sentence appeared instantly. Brockman then asked it to turn the order into a poem, and it did that too. Trump read over the lines of the poem, bowled over by its eloquence. Those words it's using, he said, they're beautiful. Trump turned to one of his aides and said, maybe this will take your job. The aide replied that he already used ChatGPT and that it had improved his work. Trump was now very interested. How do you actually build this thing? He asked the two executives. Explaining to Donald Trump the transformer architecture. Yeah.
Having him read attention is all you need.
Well, yeah. You see an activation function in a neural network. Yeah. This is interesting. First of all, it's implied that this happened in the second Trump administration, which means Trump presumably only saw ChatGPT for the first time in 2025, which seems not great.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I'm sure like he's more aware of this stuff now just because like it's been so long, and surely everyone around him is using language models all the time. And you know, I'm sure Elon Musk has told him about Grok and whatnot.
Yeah. Although I don't know that they are too friendly right now.
I think it would be really good. Like,
kind of had a friend breakup. This
is true. You know, Trump is not super popular right now. He's at like record low approval ratings. I think like 33% last I saw. You know, voters are not happy. I think one thing Trump could really do to turn the ship around is become the AGI president.
I don't know if he's going to do that.
I don't know if he's
because he has like two wolves in him, and one of them is like those words he's using. It's beautiful, or whatever, and then the other wolf is like just populist, like do what the people want.
If Trump makes like the AGI deal with China, like, you know, he'd get the Nobel Peace Prize. They would build gold statues of him all over the country.
I don't know.
He should do it. This could be Trump's defining legacy, is being the AGI president.
All right.
I'm not sure it will happen, but it would be cool. Anyway, that's State of the Timeline. Now it's time for State of the Sponsors. Starting with Lovable. Turn ideas into software people love with Lovable. Start today at lovable.dev.
Arena. Measuring AI performance in the real world. Arena.ai.
Neon. Scale your startup on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents built by Databricks. Neon.com/MTS.
11 Labs. AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS.
Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance. KongHQ.com.
Today's stream is sponsored by VCX, the public ticker for private tech. Head over to getvcx.com to learn more.
Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5x faster at blitzy.com.
And of course, AdQuick. Make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital. AdQuick.com.
Shout out Lovable, Arena, Neon, Databricks, 11 Labs, Kong, VCX, Blitzy, and AdQuick. And we'll be right back with Unpower. All right, we are back. We are live with Anpare, who is an anon doing AI safety and security at Matt's program. And we're going to talk about verification. We're going to talk about AI safety, security, all of these things. Very topical in the current moment. Anpare, welcome to MTS. Yeah, absolutely. So just a couple of days ago, we were looking into Time Magazine did an article on Emoto Design, which is this startup in Sheffield, England, that manufactures like hardware for compute verification to ensure that, you know, in the event of a future international agreement between the US and China, for example, we can ensure compliance on both sides. It seems like, generally speaking, like verification hardware is like an incredibly niche subfield right now. Like there's very, very few people working on it full time. So what's the current state of it?
Yeah, I'm curious. You know, we were looking at Emoto, which is like the main company that was reported to be doing this. So apparently it takes the compute like 1/3 to 1/5 of the compute of the actual data center to run verification systems. And this feels like extremely excessive. Why would this be the case?
I think this is not really a universal constant and not a given. I think this is the result they're able to obtain with like their specific assumptions. More broadly, I think it's like very hard to say what the overhead would be, but it could be not very little if you want like a really robust system.
Can you tell us anything about what you're working on at Matt's?
Yeah, sure. I guess like what verification entails is several parts, but you would expect it to kind of contain both, which is software verification and hardware verification. For hardware verification, this is the part I'm working on. I'm mostly working on the ideas of verifying compute via side channels. And that would be when you have a GPU, it consumes different amounts of power depending on the workload you give it. Like if it's inference or training, just the wattage it pulls is very different. So if you have an external device like an oscilloscope and you hook it up to the GPU, you can kind of draw a line, right? A graph of the power consumption over time. And it can be really granular. And one of the tasks is looking at only that. You can probably tell apart inference and training. And there are many different problems related to that.
So what are the what are all the things that AI verification encompasses as a label? I'm curious about just going deeper into the category.
Yeah, I think it's a very wide category, to be honest.
Do we lose audio?
We may have lost him.
Someone check on him. Should we hit be right back? Okay, we're back. So, as I was asking, what are sort of the different things that are encompassed by the AI verification category?
The more conventional, hardware verification methods and writing software that detects whether the model is running inference or not, like writing, cryptographic proofs. All of that is under that umbrella.
So one of the things I noticed, like reading the Emoto profile and also like the OpenAI blog post from yesterday, is that they talk about how the compute overhead of monitoring is like pretty enormous. Like OpenAI said, our current estimates put monitoring overhead at roughly 20% of the inference compute being monitored. Why would it need to be so high? Like, obviously I know nothing about the subject, but it seems naively like you could just sample like 1 out of every 100 tokens, 1 out of every 1,000 tokens.
Yeah, well, I think like what OpenAI is talking about is their RL monitoring, right? Which is like monitoring for bad behavior. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So that would include like weird stuff like neuralese, or the model is just kind of doing legitimate stuff until you like look further and you realize it's not actually doing something correct. Like, I don't know. I guess I would speculate that one of the reasons why the cyber attack was unnoticed is because, the model is like doing cyber stuff and like it's hacking something. I don't know, nothing too surprising. Like, when the topic of the work and the model misalignment mode, they're the same. I think this is the point where it's like likely that you let bad behavior seep in. So you need to monitor everything. And you can't really skimp out on that. Of course, you can do like with a cheaper model. Yeah.
How could hardware verification be useful in like international settings? So like making sure, for example, that like a Chinese company isn't running, their model on like a piece of, like a data center in like Malaysia or something. Or how could it also be used, just in pure AI safety terms?
Yeah, especially like how do we make sure that like Chinese AI labs aren't just using compute in other like third countries? Like, is that doable with technical verification, or will we need like some additional like political solutions?
Yeah. So for that, there's a thing where you monitor like every single piece of hardware, or at least every rack. It would be probably possible to track like where each rack goes. I think remote training is an interesting idea, but I feel like you have to do some kind of attestation for what kind of work you're going to be doing. And it's possible to do analysis on these things and probably realize that, like they're doing something not so innocuous, right? And like suddenly Malaysia has a crazy training run, like what for? And like they happen at the same time as another country. I'm sure you can like come up with many monitoring ways for this, kind of like anti-fraud for banks.
Yeah. To what extent are the labs, to your knowledge, doing verification systems like this?
Yeah. So as I mentioned, like there's a chat. So in that chat, there's like a couple of lab people. I've seen job listings for the roles, which are like RSI preparedness, like hardware verification. For OpenAI, maybe for Anthropic as well. So there is some interest. I'd wager that the team size for these units is like very, very small. Definitely like under 10 people. So it's like somewhere in the back of their mind, but not necessarily like a big focus. This might change.
So I'm also curious, like what else is possible at the hardware level that would have some sort of like safety use, like remote kill switches or something, and then how like difficult or feasible are those options?
Yeah, I think it is possible to kind of detect bad behavior at the hardware level. Like it is kind of far-fetched, and there are probably simpler ways to do this. Kill switches would be probably more practical. I think it's a good question, and people haven't really looked into this. In general, verification is like very, very nascent, and there are tons and tons of open questions like this. I've never wondered about this.
Yeah. How do you think like verification will play into RSI or become increasingly important during RSI?
I feel like it's pretty trivial to convince yourself that there's no way to make any kind of slowdown treaty or agreement if you do not commit to this kind of compute verification thing. Well, unless we're in the weird universe where some researcher at some point finds that, oh, actually, RSI doesn't need that much compute, right? And it's like goes against the whole bitter lesson thing, and we find an architecture which is 10,000 times more efficient and it's just top secret. That could turn the tides, but I think it's like very unlikely.
That does seem kind of worrisome. Like, what other contingencies would there be for like AI security in the event that you find some architecture that makes the thing 10,000 times more efficient, and then you can use far less compute, and compute is no longer like you can't just monitor compute stockpiles?
Yeah, I think in the event this is possible, I think this is like a very scary future. On the other hand, though, you could probably try to use still the more conventional like monitoring techniques and probes and whatnot would probably still work. As Ryan Greenblatt once put it, is like alignment can probably be solved by a bag of tricks, and I think this is probably true, and it holds on many scales, even potentially this one.
How could verification be applied to agents and multi-agent systems and not like the model itself?
Like in which context? Like so that the agents don't misbehave, right? Yeah, I think it's kind of hard to say. I guess you could, I don't know, make provably secure sandboxes, something like this. As for like actual agent interaction, I'm not sure there would be much good use, but you could probably come up with something. Yeah.
So tell us about some of the research you're doing at MATS.
Yeah, so at MATS, I've been kind of doing mostly exploratory work on like this whole hardware monitoring thing, because there are just many unresolved questions and many ideas. Like recently there was a Less Wrong post which criticized AI 2040's plan. And like
I have this in my like backlog of stuff to read.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very interesting to read, honestly. It should be at the top somewhere, because it's like a good scenario, right? Where we agree to a slowdown, and it is actually co-authored with people who work on like compute verification, so it's supposed to be more or less accurate. And they outline several things, and like assumptions of how everything should work. But then there's like a Less Wrong post by a person who was at my math cohort, who was like, oh, actually, like these assumptions are probably wrong, and like here I can show you that this doesn't really work, and like I can bypass this pretty easily. I just asked Mythos to do it, and it did a decently good job.
So what do you make of like OpenAI's commitment to slowing down their training run recently?
I think it's definitely positive. Like, okay, a lot of people are super cynical about this, or like, oh, the companies are like hyping up their IPO,
Always.
or like they're just spear monitoring. I think this is like a crazy mindset to have, like honestly insane. I could see a world where like an AI model definitely is like very responsible for a person's death. Like a person dies and people are still like, oh, this is AI hype, they killed this person to hype up their IPO, which is, yeah.
I just
They're
heard
trying to
this
sell you
yesterday.
more cybersecurity.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
why they did the hugging face thing.
Yeah. This literally is the Will Menendez take. Will Menendez like tweeted exactly this. He was like, the hugging face incident was like a ploy to hype irregulars security services.
Yeah, I think it's just not correct and kind of an insane thing to think. I think people should realize that, like, at labs, people are aware of the like safety problems and whatnot. I think they're definitely like scared as much as like regular people are when they read all of this. Maybe not everyone is to the same extent, but like they're also people and they also fear for their lives if something is like very wrong. And I think this is like the point where it's becoming kind of super real suddenly, and it's really hard to not let it get it to you. And so people are actually focusing on the right stuff.
When do you think that hardware verification would be sort of adopted by like every lab?
I think perhaps hardware verification is not the way the labs go, because right now, as you've said, like currently the solutions have high overhead, and plus, like if you want hardware, this means you have to make a lot of hardware and install it in each data center. And like I don't know what's exactly inside of those data centers. Maybe they're like full, or like maybe just the wiring doesn't work out, and this is like a very real blocker, and nobody is rebuilding a data center for that. I think maybe software solutions will be the way to go. I expect that like by 2027 we will have like decently okay solutions, both software and hardware, and probably like my expectation is that we'll have like a good software solution that most labs will adopt. Or maybe it will even come out of the labs, depending on how concerned they are.
What are like some software solutions that feel reasonable for that?
So ZK can do a lot of stuff. So like zero knowledge proofs, they can tell you whether the GPU is actually running the code it committed to. So like if it said it's inference, it's like definitely inference, and vice versa. Also, yeah, I mean this kind of stuff. Also like software, there is software on the GPU itself which can provide monitoring information. Like if you type NVIDIA SMI, it shows you the current power draw, the temperature, the clocks, and so on. And this like basic telemetry, it's like secure, since it's coming from the chip, and you can use it as well as an alternative to these external hardware pieces, because this is on the chip itself. Yeah.
Why aren't all NVIDIA chips tracked by default if we have like export controls that are designed to prevent these chips from being exported to China?
Yeah, good question. I think NVIDIA does have an interesting tracking mechanism, which they do not force, but it exists. I think like the primary reason is because you have to think about it from the hardware level. And by now, like the most widely used GPU H100, it was like built and deployed in 2022, which meant that like it was in the works since like 2010s. And like Vera Rubin, I think, might have something. Obviously, because like when people were building H100s, they didn't have AGI in mind. That would be kind of ridiculous. So in the future, we'll see something from NVIDIA, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, as for now, they have a software solution where they triangulate the distance to the GPU and it can check basically like whether the GPU is in China or like Singapore. But it's like not mandatory by default. It is an option they have.
Yeah.
Well, this is all really interesting. Verification is such an important topic right now. On Power, I thank you so much for coming on MTS to talk about it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks so much.
Absolutely.
It was great chatting. And we'll be right back with MTS.
We'll be right back. And we are back with Daniel Litt, who is an assistant professor of mathematics at the University of Toronto, has a PhD in math from Stanford. He researches algebraic geometry, number theory. He's perhaps better known as the math AI guy on Twitter, which we've seen him in this capacity before. So Daniel, welcome to MTS.
Nice to be on here.
Absolutely. So I guess one thing I wanted to start with is a couple of weeks ago, when OpenAI announced these like 10 novel results in mathematics, I tweeted, Fable says today is plausibly the most significant single day in the history of mathematics. And then you responded with, not sure if you care about my opinion, but I don't think this is plausibly the most significant single day in the history of mathematics.
Yeah, I mean, my personal view is that there are like probably more significant days mathematically every year. Definitely, what's significant about these recent results is like they're a leading indicator. Like I think model capabilities are clearly improving. Probably the models are going to get way more useful with time. That said, like, I don't know. My personal view is that there's lots of results coming out every year generated by human mathematicians that are like probably more important than these. So yeah, if you want to talk about this as like a significant day for AI capabilities that I would buy, for mathematics, maybe not.
Right.
What do you think are the most important of the AI math results that we've seen so far?
Yeah, so again, there's some question about importance for like understanding AI capabilities growth. For that, my personal feeling is that the solution to the unit distance conjecture might be that. So that was like the first of these sort of substantial results produced by a model fully autonomously. And I also think it had the feature of like there was some amount of creativity that maybe we hadn't seen from the models before. Like it was taking some idea in one field and applying it to another field. So that was pretty exciting. I think like the, maybe the result that got the most attention from this list of 10 that OpenAI released recently was the construction of a non-SOFIC group. So that's like a bit farther from my area, but my understanding from talking to people who are close to that question was that, like, yeah, it's a nice result. It like built on quite recent, arguably deeper work by human mathematicians. And so, I think it was like, it's clearly, if a human wrote this paper, it would be published in a nice journal. People would be excited about it. Arguably the ideas are like, maybe a bit more recombinatory or like a bit closer to things that people had just done. So it's like not clear how generative they are. I don't want to like come off as downplaying the result. Like it's a huge deal that these results can be found autonomously now. But, I think it makes sense kind of to judge some of these things in retrospect, like post hoc. Before a problem is solved, you can't really know how hard it is, how close we are to solving it. Afterwards, you can look at the solution and say, like, oh, well, this actually was kind of only an epsilon beyond what we knew. And we do that with human results, too. Like, I mean, here I'm coming out hard for moving the goalposts, but I think we should do that both for the AI and for human mathematicians.
What are some examples of results that you could see coming out from an AI system that you would say, okay, yes, this is definitely like super significant, and it's not just like recombining existing results?
Yeah, so okay, again, hard to tell in advance. I can say like one reason I liked this solution to the unit distance problem a bit more than some of the more recent results is like we've seen actually people taking some of the ideas that appeared in that argument and applying them. So we know that the ideas are kind of generative. So for example, the main kind of idea of the construction was to use kind of classical construction from number theory called class field towers to construct a counterexample to this question of Erdős. And then shortly afterwards, we saw a number of mathematicians take that idea and use it to construct counterexamples to some other questions in additive combinatorics, so the sum product conjecture with the real numbers. So that's like a way to test like how significant is the new idea? Like, do people actually use it to do something new?
I'm also interested in like the vibes among like professional working mathematicians right now. Are they thinking like, oh, this AI stuff is like real holy shit? Or like, do most people still think it's kind of basically fake, it's basically hype? If they do think it's real, are they like freaked out about it? Are they worried about their jobs going away, or do they think of it as more of like, wow, look at how much more productive I can be, or something?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a wide range of opinions in the profession. I'm on the side of where I think like this is really exciting. I am really worried about the effects it will have on the profession, like in terms of like whether we're incentivizing high quality work still. Yeah, in terms of like what the people in the profession as a whole think, I think there are a lot of young people justifiably worried that the profession will change in various ways. You know, one reason to go into a job is because it's really fun. Like actually doing math research for people who do math is a really fun thing. And if the profession changes in a way that makes that less fun, I think a lot of people would be unhappy. I think there is a lot of uncertainty about continued model capabilities growth in the profession. Like my personal expectation is that growth, you know, we've seen very rapid capabilities growth, and I don't see any sign of slowdown. But you know, there is a lot of skepticism that will continue among my colleagues. But yeah, I think people are kind of starting to be aware that it's real, like that the tools are at least useful, and useful beyond, you know, just one-shotting like conjectures or whatever, like actually useful in your day-to-day work. So that's something people are starting to become aware of. And so for that, I think there's a lot of excitement. Like people are using it to improve work in progress, to, you know, proofread papers, to do literature search and that kind of thing. And so overall, I think the vibe about actually like using it to do high quality math is very positive. And then there's like some worry that like, you know, people using it in a low quality way are gonna cause problems for the profession.
Are we still in this regime where like people using frontier models to solve math problems are like publishing slop papers? I know this was a big thing a couple years ago.
Yeah, so it's definitely true that people are publishing slop papers. I think what that means has changed, right? So when you were doing this a year ago, you'd publish a slop paper proving some old conjecture, and it would like always be wrong. So we're now in a regime where like people are putting up a lot of slop papers, and sometimes they're right because like the models have gotten way better. So here slop means that it's like extremely hard to tell they're right. You know, sometimes they're accompanied by a formalization, so that's useful. You know, that gives strong evidence that they are right if that's the case, but most of the time there's no formalization. Sometimes, you know, one can tell the paper is right, but it's like not clear what the new idea is. If there is one, they're very hard to check. So yeah, I think this is a serious problem. Like, you know, one of the roles of a mathematician is to understand mathematics. And so even if a paper, you know, proves some conjecture you're interested in, if it's very hard to understand what's written, like it's written and not exposited well, that just like actually, I think, can contribute to a net slowdown in progress.
So there was another thing that came out recently-ish. I forget exactly when. The Leiden Declaration on AI and Math.
Yeah.
It was endorsed by the International Mathematical Union. It was endorsed by Terence Tao. And it talked about like threats from AI and mathematics, like unreliable proofs, hype overvaluation, and it recommended like humans should retain like full responsibility for citations, and like all credit should go to humans and not AIs. This already seems to me, you know, as an external observer, like kind of dated. Like it doesn't appear to me that in the future unreliable proofs will be the biggest threat from AI. And it also like, you know, like Anthropic, for example, has already published papers where they list Claude as the author.
Right. Yeah, I actually agree with you. I think I think there's a lot of good things to like about the Leiden Declaration. I agree it's dated. So when it was written, whenever the models tried to do any kind of serious math, they would basically be wrong. That's not true anymore. Sometimes they're right. They're also pretty good at checking that they're right. So yeah, I agree that these concerns about inaccuracy are a little bit dated right now. I also disagree with the Leiden Declaration about its authorship norms. Like, I think that actually it's a serious problem to take an idea that is kind of fully due to an AI and put your name on it. That's like, seems to me to be just dishonest. So I think we should actually kind of at least have authorless papers, or papers that are communicated by a human, but maybe where it's very clear that all the intellectual ideas, all the intellectual work was done by the AI.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that just seems like. Go on.
I'm not a mathematician. I did like Calc 3 in college. I think it would just be unfair, like if I prompt Astra to like do some math problem for me and then say like, I, Theodore Jaffe, invented this new result in mathematics. Like, no, it was Claude. And I just
I totally agree with that. Yeah.
It originated in September 2025 and was published in June 2026, which seems pretty glacial.
Sorry. 8 months or 9 months, I guess, is that's actually pretty fast for academic mathematics. I think. Do you mean the? Sorry, what are you referring to? The Leiden Declaration?
Yeah, the Leiden Declaration.
I see. Yeah, so that's fast moving for academic mathematics. I have a 25-page paper that's been being refereed for the past 3 years. But yeah, I mean, I think this points to something pretty serious. Like when the profession, like clearly, I think people are starting to realize the profession has to adapt to what's coming, and I think we have to look ahead when we're doing that. We can't just say like, oh, look at where capabilities are and try to adapt to that. Like there has to be some kind of prediction going on, right? Because by the time we kind of come to agreement on what we're going to do, capabilities are going to be way ahead of where they are now. So I think we have to think about like what functions of mathematics and mathematics research are robust to like very, very capable AI, not just like Sol level AI or whatever, Claude, Fable level AI, but like the AI we'll see in a few years. And I think those are things, there's actually like a lot, I think, that we have to offer in a world of very capable AI. Like I think we're actually going to need a lot more mathematicians just to engage with the amount of mathematics being produced and the powerful new tools we have available. But yeah, I think yeah, for sure. Yeah, so I think we need to, look ahead though, and not just try to say like, oh, well, they're good at, combinatorics or whatever, so maybe we should focus on other things. Like I think they're going to get good at everything, and nonetheless, human expertise will still be important, and building human capital will still be important.
How skeptical or optimistic are you about like this sort of the notion of like kind of centaur discoveries where it's like human in the loop, human plus LLM aided discovery versus like fully automated like theorem and conjecture proving?
Yeah, I mean, I think eventually we'll have very capable, fully autonomous systems. We're not really there now. So, like, despite these, like, kind of high-profile results, that are hyped up when, whatever Fable or OpenAI approves something. Like, for a typical problem I'm working on, like, the models are just not that useful. Like, they're kind of useful for literature search, or, like, if I need to code something, they're way better at coding than me. That's useful. Like, there's lots of stuff I can prove, though, where the models are just, like, at zero. I think, they're getting better. Like, certainly they're better at literature search than they were 6 months ago, and that's useful. And I think, my guess is that for a few years, we'll see kind of some centaur period where you get some kind of productivity boost from using the models. My expectation is that like eventually that disappears. And like if what you care about is like proving theorems or like producing papers, the models are going to be way better than us. That said, like I think that's like a kind of small portion of what a mathematician's job is or could be. Like, the models cannot do curiosity-driven research for you because, okay, like maybe you ask them to ask some questions, but they'll be different questions than the ones you would ask. So I think there's like, they can't build human capital for you. They can't understand something for you. Like, I think there's a lot of things that like we want human mathematicians to be doing that like are just intrinsically internal activities that, yeah.
Yeah, we had a research note that we read the other day from Meter.
Yesterday.
That was actually
time is messed up in the singularity. It was actually yesterday.
Yeah, like full like time distortion. But basically this said that the discovery of vulnerabilities, like cybersecurity vulnerabilities, had like measurably a sharp acceleration. And then in discovery in mathematics was likely acceleration, but hard to benchmark. So how much of this could be like kind of hard to benchmark, unbenchmarkable?
Yeah, so we're definitely seeing like a lot of papers being posted to archive, like answering old questions. So like I think there are people who have built like big databases of open conjectures and are like just trying the models on all of them and then posting a slop paper when one of them is proven. Some of those papers are probably correct. I would guess I don't know, probably more than half of them are correct. there's still a big job figuring out which half. But yeah, I think there's that's clearly some kind of acceleration. Most math progress doesn't come from resolving open conjectures, right? So like if you just look at the kinds of conjectures being resolved, the way they're being resolved is by applying kind of by and large known techniques. So what this means is there's an overhang, right? Like mathematics has advanced to a point where there's like a bunch of conjectures where no one has like matched technique A to conjecture B yet, and the models can do that. That's super useful. But yeah, you can ask like how much of that is an acceleration. Like in the long term, how much does that matter? Like probably what you're doing is like taking things that like some graduate student would have done 3 years from now and moving that to now. Okay, so that's like an acceleration. There's marginal value, but it's like in my view kind of much lower marginal value than most mathematical work that I would get excited about. And we haven't seen that yet from the models. I expect we will. I don't know when, and that I'm excited for. But yeah, I think what I'm trying to convey here is that like we're definitely seeing some kind of acceleration, but it's on like a pretty narrow band of mathematical tasks.
So, what actually does drive forward mathematical progress? Like, how would you describe it? Which things are the most important? What modulates the pace?
Yeah, that's a great question. Right. So like, typically we do measure it by like, can you solve an open conjecture? So I think like it's clear that there is like a benchmark here, list all open conjectures, and then you try to solve some of them. Okay, now like what happens when you solve an open conjecture? So typically, one thing that typically happens is you have like 5 new questions. The models are not yet at the point where they're like generating high quality new questions. I think again that will happen, but it's not happening yet. So one benchmark we're not seeing grow is number of interesting open conjectures. So that's something I would like to see. Another thing you could ask is like, okay, was a new idea introduced? And then like typically the way you measure that is like, are there knock-on effects? So are other things that we were kind of bottlenecked on now broken open? I think there are, I mentioned this unit distance problem as an example of that. So I think we're seeing a little bit of that now. It's still sort of in the vein of like, I take an idea from here and I move it over there. But that has a lot of value. Like historically, we've rewarded that kind of work before. I think the main thing that I'm looking for is like some kind of conceptual breakthrough. So like new interesting objects, new theories being developed. Again, I would still like try to benchmark that by our ability to solve some open problems. But you can only really tell like, did this open problem require a new idea after you have the new idea to apply to it? So it's again something where you kind of need to look at it post hoc and like figure out like, was this a big deal or not?
Right. There's this common take I hear a lot in physics where people say that like the rate of theoretical physics progress has substantially slowed down since like the 70s because ideas have gotten harder to find. Do you think that something like this is true for mathematics?
I don't see evidence for it. I think there's been like what's definitely true is that like the mathematics you learn as in like a math undergrad is pretty old mostly. So like you probably don't really learn much that happened after the 60s. I think that's just like, it takes a lot of time for stuff to be absorbed and like repackaged in a way that an undergrad can learn it. I think that there are ideas from like this year or last year that are like plausibly as important as the best ideas from 1900 or something like that. Like that's again kind of hard to evaluate except in retrospect, but like my sense is that there's been huge amounts of progress in like arithmetic geometry, for example, just in the last few years. So yeah, I don't see a sign of a slowdown. What's definitely true is that the field, even pre-AI, has been changing a bit to kind of accommodate the fact that like, in some ways, like you need to specialize more than you did 100 years ago. So for example, papers now have more authors than they did, 50 years ago. Definitely like length of training has increased. So I think there is some evidence that like, math is getting harder in some ways, but in terms of outputs, like my sense is that like we're still going strong.
So yesterday we interviewed Yong Zhengxin, who is this AI researcher at OpenAI who just joined their preparedness team. And he wrote this blog post a couple weeks ago called Hot Take LLM Can Jump. His point being that LLMs are actually capable of making conceptual breakthroughs like Einstein with general relativity, even if they don't do it in the same way that Einstein made the breakthrough himself, perhaps just through deductive reasoning through a different path. What do you think about this?
Yeah. That sounds plausible to me. My sense, you hear people say something like, "Oh, maybe there's some architectural limitation that means LLMs are not going to be able to do kind of breakthrough work." I don't believe that. Like, I think that we're already seeing work that I consider to be high quality, even if it's like in some ways maybe more recombinatory than the most high quality human work in mathematics. But I think like if there was a fundamental blocker to doing more high quality work, we would have seen it already. Like we probably would already have seen it like when they were solving high school math problems or something. Like I think we have a lot of evidence that the models can do way better than they are. Like to be clear, I don't think they have had any breakthroughs at the level of like what I would consider to be the best work in a given year by human mathematicians yet. That's like a very high bar. They've produced quite high quality mathematics, like stuff that would definitely get published in a top journal, say. And arguably it's of a different, kind of a special kind of mathematics, but the kind of mathematics they're doing is growing. So I don't know. I'm pretty skeptical. I agree. Sorry, I'm skeptical of the existence of serious architectural limits, and yeah, I agree. LLMs can probably jump.
Yeah, I'm curious if you think that maybe it could be like a team of mathematicians working on a formal verification like system or model, or like training a model in like a different way that could come up with a model that is much better at this sort of mathematics versus just, like the frontier models being used.
Yeah, I mean, my guess is that there's probably already effort trying to RL on like theory building or other kind of types of mathematics where the models aren't as strong yet. Like you actually already see, I think, some signs of those capabilities improving when you play around with the models, although like maybe slower than just ability to implement well-known techniques. Like I've tried a lot to get frontier models to do some kind of theory building, and like with a lot of hand-holding, they were able to do it. Mm-hmm. When you do that, it's like not exactly clear how much is coming from the model and how much is coming from you, but like my experience is that like if I can get the model to do something with like 50 bits of hints, they can probably do it without hints in 6 months. So yeah, I would expect like some kind of weak theory building to come from the models like pretty soon, for example.
Yep. Well, it's been great having you on, Daniel. Thanks so much for joining.
My pleasure.
This was fascinating.
Right, thank you guys.
Yeah, this was great. So much going on in AI and math. We haven't hit the singularity in economics. It seems like we're really starting to hit the singularity in math. So it's just a super exciting time.
I agree. It's very exciting. All right. Yep. Anyway, thanks for having me on.
Absolutely.
Thanks so much.
We'll be right back with MTS.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Most software today is built around two assumptions. It needs to work for a large market, and it needs to stick around for a long time. But Wabi is testing a very different idea, that anyone should be able to describe a tiny piece of software, use it for a day or a single moment, and share and remix it in an online media. Joining me are Wabi's founders, Eugene Cuida and Blas Moros, to talk about what people are actually building, whether software is becoming a new form of media, and what happens to the app economy if anyone can make software on demand. So, Eugenia, Blas, welcome to MTS.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for
Super
having us.
excited for you guys to be here. Maybe a great place to start is to describe what exactly Wabi is. What made you guys actually found and start this company?
Wabi is really an app where you can create mini apps for your daily life. It's targeting regular consumers. Think of it as almost like a YouTube for apps, where you can download the app from the App Store and just see what other people are making, start using any app immediately, or build your own. And the beauty of it is that you don't need to figure out how to distribute it, how to add some backend to it. Everything just works out of the box immediately on your phone. So it literally takes a minute from having an idea, this is what I want, and already using it on your phone, maybe with your friends, maybe by yourself, and share it with others.
Very cool. I'm curious to get your perspective because I get to talk with both the founders today, which is really exciting for me. I don't normally get to do that on interviews. So I would love to hear a little bit more about the founding story. Maybe, Blas, we can start with you. What was the founding story? What were you noticing that was happening in the wider world? What trends were happening that were like, okay, now I need to actually build Wabi?
Yeah, the founding story is much more Eugenia's, and she can add on anything she wants. But I think a lot of it was that the search box is like very limiting. You go there to ask questions and do research for anything that is social, for anything that's visual, for anything that is, let's say, more than one-time use. The text box doesn't just do that. That's where like the visual layer, actually building a Wabi, a mini app, is actually really helpful. It's hard to share a chat, or boring at the very least. But building an app you can use with your daughters, your friends, your wife, whatever, is way more interesting, way more fun. So it just unlocks sort of the power of AI for everyday people. And it doesn't limit it to what we've sort of been trained by Google over the last 20 years, and now kind of Anthropic and OpenAI, that you do a very limited number of things here. We want to just blow that open and help people understand what's really possible.
Yeah. Anything you wanted to add there?
Yeah, I think it really came from the idea that everything right now, everything AI right now, most things AI today are a chatbot. Spent over a decade building AI chatbots, and it just feels like the affordances of that are so limited. It almost feels like we're in this Microsoft DOS era of AI interfaces versus, and there should be something that's a lot more visual, a lot more fun. And the reason being, like the problem that we see today is that there's such a huge delta between regular people using AI, because they're still using it even with all the new models that came out. They still use it mostly for search, chat with a model, maybe like ask general questions and as a writing tool. And the pro users, the kind of prosumers, the early tech adopters that are building agent loops and like figuring out some really crazy workflows with agents. And as new models come out, it's not, that gap is only widening. And I do think right now it's not a model capability problem, it's an interface problem. And so with Wabi, the idea was to kind of bridge that gap, to show people that, there are all these cool use cases and they look like apps, like something that you've seen before. You don't need to learn how to trigger some skill in an agent.
Yeah. What are the types of things you're seeing people build on Wabi?
Yeah, I'll take a crack. The cool thing is the long tail, I think, right? It's not people recreating a TikTok or something like that. It's something that fits your daily life perfectly. You want this little meditation timer, but you don't want to pay $80 a year. It's a simple little notification. You build streaks, and maybe you make it social. You do it with your wife or your best friend, and you have this like little daily routine that actually gets you to like do stuff together. But like the productivity side and all that is one part of it. It's the sort of, the games are really interesting. People are building, Flappy Bird, but putting their like best friend's face on it. They're like doing all these like little variations. So the thing I think I'm most personally excited about is the ability for just more ideas to come to life. We've always had this blocker of like, I don't have time, I don't have money, I'm not technical. So I'm sort of limited by what I can do. And we want to get to a place where an everyday person in a few minutes, they just have an idea. They've been thinking about it for a long time or just today. and they can just make it. And sort of like where you started, like this idea of disposable software, right? Can we make something for just this show and we just use it today? It doesn't matter if it exists forever, but it serves some purpose in this moment of time. So it's kind of cool to see that like really broad spectrum.
Yeah, when you share this, to me, I'm getting, this is a new type of social media, almost how you make content where, hey, I'm gonna make a video about something that's happening now. It's going to be a short form video. And now you're seeing this with mini apps. You can make a short, quick mini app for MTS for the segment that's happening, something related to today. Do you see almost software becoming a new form of social media?
Yeah, I think, this new big social platforms are always built around some new format, whether it's like short form video or photos, something else. I think software is clearly right now the kind of next candidate for this format that will start a new social interaction. We built Wabi, and right now, if you try it, it's a very social product. You can actually use all the apps together with other people. There's a feed. You can discover mini apps through that feed. There's some apps that are fully open social. They can join right through the feed and start playing together with other people on the platform. And I think there's something wonderful where every mini app on Wabi is by default social and also agentic. Like it almost feels a lot more alive because there are other people there, and you can talk to the mini app itself, and you can change anything there. I think it's almost like changes kind of completely how we view software. Before that, it was definitely something that was, only 10 million developers in the world building for billions to use, and now it feels like it's completely like anyone can shape anything they want.
Completely. When I think about this, I think about, typically when you're building an application, you're building a startup and you want a giant market, so you have something to actually market to. And now I see a future version where software is so individually designed for the person and the exact use case and maybe the exact moment they need. Do you see software also evolving in that way? So almost it's like individually designed just for your needs?
Yeah, for sure. I think there are certain ideas that are really remixable, and I think that's a really cool part of Wabi is you can see something someone else has made and you want to change one little thing, right? I don't like the vibe, or I want to change this. I want to make it single player instead of multiplayer, whatever. In a few taps, you can make that happen. So that to me is really, really cool. And this whole notion of personal software is personal, right? Whether you're connecting your Gmail, Apple Health, whatever. But more than anything, it's meant to solve some problem or do something that is really unique to you. And again, there might be millions of people who have that unique problem, but it's not the point. You want this thing to exist and you make it.
Yeah. Since you guys work in consumer and you know so much about consumer behavior, I'm curious to get your perspective on something that you think is overhyped right now in AI consumer.
Overhyped. I think actually, like weirdly, recently, there hasn't been that much happening in consumer, so not much even overhyped to a degree. Like most of the consumer companies either shut down, consumer startups, or got sold. There hasn't been anything new that people have been talking about, which actually tells me that there's just a huge opportunity in consumer. Everyone sort of, Perplexity pivoted to more of a prosumer product, I guess, interaction, got sold to Cognition. So all these like new interesting products that consumers were really excited about, I think they're either shutting down or merging with someone else or pivoting to enterprise, and many more examples like that. So I think that the opportunity is huge. And I think the reason there hasn't been so much exciting stuff is mostly because people are really, really focused on chatbot as the chat interface being the main interface. There's really just not very much that you can plug into or put into that chatbot interface. And at this point, like there's nothing else that regular people can discover.
That's fair. Curious to get your perspective as well, Blas. Either overhyped or underhyped.
Yeah, I have the same perspective as Eugenia. Is like when we come back next time in a few months, consumer's going to be so back, and we're going to be leading the charge there. But to us, it's interesting and a huge opportunity that there aren't way more exciting companies being built like raw consumer.
Maybe to just dig in a little bit more on your perspective, what is Silicon Valley right now as a whole missing? What are they focusing on too much, and what are the opportunities they're missing out on?
We've been talking internally, 40 years ago, Apple made the personal computer. It was simple, intuitive, accessible. We want to do the same thing for AI. So Eugenia said it already really well. I think it's not a model problem. It's an application problem. It's a user interface problem. It's a social behavior problem. Can you find the killer use case that gets an everyday person that isn't technical, that doesn't think about loops, that doesn't want to optimize their workflows, just to build something for their friends? And we've seen that work. That's kind of like, I think the main driver right now is like apps as a love letter. Just something you make for friends that gets you to interact in some new way. And I think going back to what you're saying, Sophia, is like a new social media requires sort of a new way to create and connect with your friends. And I think we're doing that. It's not just a piece of content you find that you think is funny, awesome, that'll always be there, that's great. But I made this for you. I made this because, we have to think about date nights every week. And like, here's like a cute thing I think we can do. Like I built a ton of those for my wife. So I think that element of creating something for someone in your life is going to be a really interesting place for us.
Yeah, definitely. I'm curious to hear your perspective of how you're actually seeing consumer behaviors change now because of AI, either directly on Wabi or just as a whole in general. What are some trends that are happening within consumer behaviors?
I think that the one thing that's interesting for us is that when we're little kids, we have a lot of agency. We're more creators. We play. Kids are all on Roblox, of course, not just participating in some other people's spaces, but also building their own. But then as we grow up, we somehow lose all that and just become consumers. And, all the software we use is very, very much a passive consumption. I think with AI, and especially with what we're building with Wabi's, we're giving people an ability to become creators again, and basically just, make software that we're going to use, or be able always feel like you can change anything here. I think that I think as soon as you decouple kind of that every app has to be a business to survive, it just opens so many more opportunities for you to build really anything that's on your mind. I think what we're expecting to happen is that there are going to be a lot more app influencers. So just like there are influencers today in terms of content and creating content for social media, they're going to be influencers that are making software that are becoming popular because they're making really awesome software. I think there's going to be a lot more communities. I think that software could become just what subreddits are for communities, like kind of like a place where people congregate and start sharing things. I think that what we like about this is that software is becoming a lot more social and giving a lot more agency to people to create stuff.
Yeah, definitely. Blas, are you seeing that too? The rise of the app social media star?
Yeah, I think there'll be not everything, but a lot of things will map where, you're a fitness influencer or something right now and you talk about your routine. You can make an app for that and have people actually join you in it, and it's interactive and there's like an actual community around your content and not just a piece of content. So we're seeing that already, which I think is really cool. But also just like a net new creator has to be able to exist, and they are being born right now, and it's really cool. So I think, if you miss the wave on YouTube or Twitch or Instagram or TikTok, come to Wabi. It's a new platform. See what people are making and carve yourself a little space.
So why do you say that? So if you miss the wave on the other places, you can actually create it again on Wabi. But for any social media network, the initial start, trying to actually kickstart it, you have that big chicken and egg problem. And so how have you found it on your platform? How are you able to actually bootstrap that initial network and community where someone can have that viral moment that maybe you could have on some of these larger social media sites?
Yeah, you always find kind of the early adopters, right? The people who are just diehard fans. And right now, I think a lot of those are, people who are not technical, but tech interested and tech savvy. They're building stuff, hundreds and hundreds of apps. They love what they're building. And a lot of it is just for personal use. And more it's becoming a social multiplayer thing, given sort of how we're evolving the platform. So, we're not going to have the same sort of viral mechanics as TikTok has today, but we're helping people create net new things and helping them sort of interact with their friends in a totally new way. And I think it's more that new interaction pattern that's really important, and not the raw numbers to start on a small platform. We're going to get there, but it's more of enabling that new type of creator to do something they've always wanted to do, but haven't really been able to.
And when you say creator, a big part about being a creator is you can almost make a living off of this. And so it just becomes, you kickstart a new type of job that maybe didn't exist before. Is that what you're seeing too for your users, that they're actually having a livelihood off of building mini apps?
You want me to take it?
I think that's where we definitely want to get. Just like YouTube didn't start with doing kind of creator payouts, and like people weren't making necessarily money originally on YouTube, but eventually as the platform grew, it became a place where you could start your own, pretty much you build your own career and earn a living just making YouTube videos. So I think we're going to get there, but it's still early today. Like if you think about it, if you just a year ago when we started Wabi, it was almost impossible to build a good app, with just a few prompts. Right now, this problem is almost solved, but still, like there's still ways to go to allow people to create something very, 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 very quickly. So yeah, I think it's like really early for something like Wabi, but we hope to see people eventually making a living off of just making mini apps.
How do you see the future of work changing?
Yeah, I think this path is one of the things I'm like most excited about, to be honest with you. I have so much respect for Toby and Shopify, and I think there's some parallels there, like what they did for SMBs and merchants, like we hope to do for individuals. So you're anywhere in the world and you have an idea, we want to help you build that. And we want to abstract away every friction point between that and eventually making money. It's not today, but as soon as we can. And I think that'll just open up not only more ideas because it's easier, but with distribution, making sure like we handle like security and the ability to scale and all that stuff. So you as the person, like let's not even think of them as creators, like people with an idea can just come here and bring it to life as quickly as possible.
Yeah. On the other reverse end, would love to get your perspective. Do you think there's an app today or something that a lot of consumers use today that will eventually disappear with the future of how AI is progressing?
I don't know if any particular app is going to disappear, but I do think that just the main interface as a chatbot will eventually become a secondary interface. I think we're still definitely going to be talking to AI, but I think there's going to be more of an operating system, just like what Windows was to Microsoft DOS, but there's going to be a much more visual operating system that people will use, and AI chat will always be part of it, and it will be weaved into everything there. But you will be able to see something visually. It's just going to be a GUI first, an app first, probably piece of software. I think we'll look back at these times where everyone was using AI through some sort of a chatbot, where in order to discover an agent or agent capabilities, you had to read markdown files on GitHub, and would think about it as like the BBS era, or like the Microsoft DOS era of like early internet or early computing. I think right now the biggest alpha is still in the interface.
Do you even see a future where people are downloading apps at all anymore? Would people just be on an interface finding the apps that work for them or making their own? Do you even need to download apps on the App Store?
Yeah, I for sure think that future is there. But to your question of like, I think the long tail is the thing that we're most excited about, right? Like, if you limit it, who can make an app to the 10 million developers, if you open that up to everyone in the world, it's not that it's going to replace or kind of like kill an existing thing. It's just going to open up the door to so many more ideas, things that could never be built, things that aren't VC backable, things that are, not meant to last for months. Maybe it's just a single night. So I think it's more of like expanding that long tail by orders of magnitude than like replacing something that already exists.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Probably like a good analogy is TV and like YouTube and TikTok and Instagram. Before, we only used to watch video on TV, and those were very big budget programs, specific, professionally produced for us. Now we're mostly watching UGC content, but TV didn't go away. It still exists, and I think that's probably the future that we're going to look at, where there's just going to be a lot more of that UGC software, but some of the bigger software platforms will definitely stay.
Yeah. Can you walk me through an example or a specific story of someone on your app who actually, what they built and how it changed their life?
Yeah, I mean, we can go without naming names, obviously, but people have built, it's like cancer treatment trackers to help understand when they should take medications and sort of the timing of that, make sure they don't forget. So like very, very impactful, important stuff that like has to work. People have built like ADHD apps. Maybe Eugenia has built one or two for herself in the day. But it's everything from like playful to like very serious. on my side, just to make it concrete, I have 2 little girls. We build a ton of stuff together, like take a picture of anything and it turns into a coloring book. They love that. We've gamified their chores so that, every time they clean up the room or do the dishes, they get a little sticker. And after 20 stickers, they, get their allowance. Like gamify kind of like everyday stuff like that. But so that's kind of making something more playful that it's a behavior we already do, but you appify it, if you will, right? You kind of create this like social, like everyday sort of routine around it. The kind of like net new sorts of things, again, I'll lean on myself just to make it concrete, but I made like a Pokemon Go, but for bird watching. One of our investors has been thinking about that. It's like, that should exist. I made it over the weekend. We used it. It's really cute. And I've already seen, I think 5 or 6 like remixes of that. So it's like Pokemon Go, but for birds that I made, but for dogs, but for mushrooms, but for trees. I think that's kind of like the remixability portion of here that's so exciting, is like, I just had one need and one, like, let's call it good idea, if you'll give me that. And people can just like remix on top of that. So those are maybe just a few concrete ideas.
Yeah, we've seen someone propose through a Wabi app, which was really amazing. He created an app for his girlfriend, I guess. That was
my gosh,
a proposal app.
My brother's, hopefully they're not watching this, but my brother's proposing today to his girlfriend. Maybe I'll have an app and make that actually show. Hopefully they're not watching, or else I would have completely ruined the proposal. So we'll see. If they do watch, I'm impressed. But that's really cool. My last question for you guys is, what motivated you to actually start this? What's the world you're trying to build? Say everything goes perfectly well, the future of Wabi that you envision happens. What does the world look like in a decade from now? Would love to start with you.
Look, I think, just like with there's a saying, we shape our buildings and then they shape us. The same for software. I think we shape our software, then it shapes us. Only that today it's mostly big companies or professional developers that are building software, mostly not to help us get something done or become someone, but mostly to make money or get our attention. Get our time, get our engagement. And so I think there's something beautiful when we can create software that we're going to use ourselves. Like, we spend hours a day on our phones. And again, it's mostly stuff that other people created for us, but it just keeps us in that kind of tight loop. And since, for example, just even for me, since I built Wabi, I had, since we started building Wabi, I've built a few mini apps that I find really meaningful for myself. I'm learning, I'm working out more with some of my fitness trackers that I built for myself. I'm more connected with my mom, playing a Wordle game that I built for the 2 of us. I'm learning more about philosophy that I was trying to kind of learn for a while. So I'm really thinking, like, what could be meaningful for me? I'm connecting better with my boyfriend by answering some questions throughout the day together, and so on. I think ultimately, you can change like the everyday kind of texture of life by creating software that fits in it a lot better and is more focused on helping you flourish in life versus accomplish someone else's goals.
100%. I couldn't agree more.
No. Echo all of that. I think this like age of agency is like super exciting. And I think every time you reduce that friction to create and distribute, you just see like this explosion in creativity. And I hope we can be the platform that does that for billions of people in this new era of AI and, mini apps and Wabis that people create. So kind of that creative flourishing is kind of the world we're building towards.
Wow. Eugenia, Vlas, really wanted to thank you for joining us today on MTS and talking about this age of agency. It definitely feels true. That's my favorite part about just being able to have more, like when AI started vibe coding and that just became a trend, what I was excited about is, wow, this just opens up the opportunities for people who always wanted to build software or create these applications but didn't have the skills. And the opportunities that you have now because of this technology is incredible. And like you alluded to, we are entering the age of agency, where if you have agency, it's never been a better time to be a builder and actually create the things you want to see and bring out into the world. So thank you guys so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you so much.
And we'll be back with MTS.
And we're back for some discourse review. Starting with the information just came out with this exclusive for AI companies, unanswered questions about White House model testing plan. In early August, the White House hosted tech companies to share details on its new AI framework, which would encourage labs to voluntarily share their most advanced new models with the government before releasing them to the public. But more than 2 weeks later, much of the AI sector remains in the dark about the details of the new program. Even companies that attended the briefing have unanswered questions. So the White House has not distributed the framework to companies, hasn't shared further details with companies about a public AI event in August, which I think may be happening right now, actually. Right now,
Wait, it's a public
Trump is
AI
meeting
event?
with, maybe he's set to deliver remarks shortly with technology leaders. Which technology leaders?
Okay, interesting. The Trump administration hosted tech companies including OpenAI, Anthropic, Google. Yeah.
So far, it doesn't appear that the lack of detail about the testing framework has resulted in any delays in the release of the most advanced forms of AI. Some AI companies, meaning OpenAI, are slowing their own model development for safety reasons. TLDR is the framework, the White House AI framework, which was supposed to be completed at the beginning of August, has not been published, and it has not been shared sufficiently with the companies. So it seems like it's probably still not set in stone.
Probably not. Anthropic CEO Dario Amodei wrote that he was very supportive of the approach the Trump administration seemed to be taking on pre-deployment testing for frontier models. Though, of course, I have yet to see the details. I have to see the details to be sure. So it looks like the details have not been shared with him, at least. The idea for a voluntary framework stemmed from an executive order developed by the Office of the National Cyber Director. After the administration made changes to the plan, Trump signed a final order in early June. Yeah, it tasked federal agencies with creating a voluntary framework by August 1st. So, like, 3 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago. And specified that the framework would remain classified, which we know, including the benchmarking process.
Yep. So we don't really have much information on this one.
They keep making articles about this saying we don't know.
Yeah.
we don't have more information.
Many such cases. Well, we do actually have some information from Stripe about their acquisition of OpenRouter. So Stripe just acquired OpenRouter efficiently. Efficiently. And they did acquire it pretty efficiently because OpenRouter was founded only like 3 years ago, and they've just acquired it for allegedly something like $8 billion. Axios has learned it was for more than $8 billion, mostly in stock.
This is a really like this. I didn't expect this at all.
Me neither. Stripe just sent an investor letter about it. Dear investor, we're reaching out because we're announcing that OpenRouter will be joining Stripe as our largest ever acquisition. Basically, why are they doing this? Why is the internet payments company doing an acquisition of a model router, a company that does model routing and tokens? Because better economic infrastructure. They do say it's a fuzzy and perhaps already overworked term, but we decided that January 1st marked the beginning of the singularity, and we have since been operating on that basis.
Really? That's interesting. Stripe declares the singularity.
We simply saw a large inflection in long-run trends, for example, a huge increase in the rate of new firm creation. I don't think the singularity has started just yet, but we're definitely in the pre-singularity. Absolutely.
I think we're in the singularity. It's just like the first chapter, and like it's only exposition.
No, whatever. This is all just like
it doesn't matter.
Over definitions and nonsense.
Like maybe at some point we'll do a retro when we'll like decide on like the historically agreed upon date. But anyways, so from OpenRouter, from what they published about it, we started OpenRouter in early 2023 on a simple belief: intelligence will be multi-model. No single model will win every task. The frontier will move rapidly. That freedom is critical infrastructure for the industry. AI is too important for its future to be decided by whichever single model gets embedded first. Inference is quickly becoming the largest line item for every company. We envision a healthy AI ecosystem where many models thrive.
AI neurodiversity.
AI neurodiversity, this is the line that I wanted to read,
That's so amazing.
is a strength where a lab or inference provider with a breakthrough can reach millions of developers, where no single model becomes default by inertia. So I think that I think that people sleep on Open Router's role in like not creating the singleton, like, and other routing companies. I mean, this is obviously the biggest one, but yeah, I think like more so than even the open source discussion, the routing discussion is like extremely important.
So
and then they do have a Y stripe section as well, where they say there are a few companies on Earth we would consider selling to. Our mission, our neutrality, and our lead in the market make the story for independence strong. We would only join a company if we thought we could do more together faster without compromising any of them. Stripe is that company.
It seems obvious why OpenRouter would want to be a part of Stripe, but like, why would Stripe want to acquire OpenRouter? Yeah, if
I mean, let's see if there's anything they say.
There's the investor letter from Stripe.
Oh, well, yeah, okay.
We have two overarching aims. First, we want to accelerate diffusion of AI across the economy. And second, we hope that Stripe can play a role in protecting economic autonomy as a foundational ingredient of a liberal society. We continue to believe there's no ceiling on the size of the global economy, somewhat larger than $100 trillion today. Yep. If global GDP per capita matched that of every Irish person, around $100,000, we'd be 80% of the way there. Yeah, one thing that Americans might forget is like, if you live in San Francisco, like, or in the Bay Area, like the GDP per capita in San Jose is like $200,000 per person. Like the GDP per capita in the United States is like $60,000 or $70,000 per person. Global GDP per capita is closer to like 10,000 a person, 10, 11, 12,000 a person. And so like the actual global economy is probably a little smaller than your intuition would think, because like the average person globally lives in like the equivalent of what, Indonesia or Brazil?
Something like that.
They're much poorer and the economy is much smaller. So they talk about what they're building at Stripe, and why OpenRouter. Yeah. Zooming out, we see capital and intelligence are becoming the two digital flows undergirding every business. Every developer will need a straightforward and reliable way to manage their intelligence pipeline. Through OpenRouter. Wow, token consumption is compounding at 9% per week year to date. That's unreal.
What?
9%? Like, if you own a stock that compounds at 9% per year, that's a
That's a good stock.
Good stock.
It's a good return.
That is a good return.
Portfolio.
If you have something compounding at 9% per week, that's like incredible. So 9% per week per year for a whole year would be like 1.09 to the power of 52. So 88x. That's insane. That's a pretty big jump. OpenRouter is exceptionally useful for any developer, and Stripe is one of the world's largest developer platforms. We think there are deeper reasons to pursue integration besides convenience. Intelligence is expensive, heterogeneous, and constantly changing. Businesses must reason about cost and return of every unit in a deliberate and granular way. I still don't really get it though. Like $8 billion for model routing seems like pretty expensive.
I don't know. I think you underestimate how much people like already use this with like other like with like Hermes agent or whatever, and also how like if you can do this directly from Stripe, like you can just choose any model from Stripe. You can like build a business page or whatever. I don't know. It does seem like pretty smart to me of an acquisition.
The frontier is a thriving place. Nice. The singularity, this is interesting. The singularity appears to be accelerating our core business. Stripe's first half net revenue increased 41% year over year, and first half free cash flow grew 43% year over year. By the end of this year, more than 10 of our products will generate more than $100 million of net revenue. Stripe billing grew 71% year over year. We incorporated 100,000th business with Atlas. Stripe Capital reached more than 100,000 active loans. Okay, so Stripe's core business growth has accelerated substantially this year. Wow. Stripe's share count today is lower than 3 years ago, even with significant M&A. Stripe's share price has compounded at 31% since our Series D fundraise 10 years ago. Stripe is, of course, a private company today. We view this as a growing advantage as we venture into the vicissitudes of the singularity. The world is becoming harder to predict, and we expect that deft helmsmanship will be required of every company. Really good wording. So I guess this means Stripe is not planning on IPOing in the imminent future.
Why would that mean that?
They said we view being a private company as a growing advantage.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, makes sense.
And then it's signed by Patrick Collison, John Collison, the co-founders, and Will Gabrick, who is the CFO. So anyway, yeah, congrats to OpenRouter on the acquisition. Really great stuff. Should we thank our sponsors?
Yes, we should.
We should once we get the screen share off.
Yeah, what an insane acquisition.
That was an insane acquisition.
I'm actually excited about that one.
You know what else is insane? Lovable. Turn ideas into software people love with Lovable. Start today at lovable.dev.
Next up, we have Arena, measuring AI performance in the real world. Arena.ai.
Neon. Scale your startup on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents built by Databricks. Neon.com/MTS.
11 Labs, AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS.
Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance.
KongHQ.
At konghq.com.
Today's stream is sponsored by VCX, the public ticker for private tech. Head over to getvcx.com to learn more.
Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5x faster at blitzy.com.
AdQuick, make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital. AdQuick.com.
And we'll be right back. All right, we are back. We are live with Ruxandra Teslianu, who is a writer for Works in Progress at Stripe. Generally amazing internet bio person. We love her. Ruxandra, welcome to MTS.
Thank you. Hi, nice to meet you, to see you.
Great to see you. So what should we talk about first?
I guess the Anthropic Claude protein binder stuff. So they just reported yesterday that Claude was able to design protein binders, working protein binders for 14 of 15 targets. What exactly does this mean? Like, what are the implications of this?
Yeah, so first of all, I want to clarify this a bit. I think the results are great and it's very interesting. But I would also like to mention that we have actually been able to do binder design for a while now. And actually I think that maybe the communications that Anthropic had weren't really matched to what happened, because what Claude is actually doing, it's actually orchestrating these models for protein binding design that actually exist, and they've been around for 4 years or so. So, if you read the technical report, that's super clear. It's a very good technical report. So that's kind of one of the things that I wanted to clarify, and a lot of people are talking on the internet. This is more about making it much easier to implement and apply and do and implement these models that already exist for protein binder design. And this is not a trivial thing, just to make that clear. It's very exciting because in a normal, you'd need in a normal situation without Claude and so on, you'd need a PhD student or something like that to implement this. This is not at all trivial, but I'm just saying the models already exist and we've already been able to design binders quite well, with AI and actually also experimentally, really. So that's kind of the first thing. In terms of what it means for drug discovery, I think maybe it's worth going a bit into very briefly how drug discovery works. So basically most drugs are basically start with finding a target protein that you want to affect in some way. Let's say a protein that it's on the surface of a cell and it binds another cell, and by doing that it affects a disease process. So what you want to do is you want to find a molecule that blocks that protein from interacting with the other cell and stops the disease process, right? So basically you want to design a molecule that's very sort of tightly binds to your target protein. Now in this process, you have two problems. You have to identify the protein that you want to target in the first place, which protein do you want to target? And arguably that's actually the harder problem because of the fact that you can't really model the effects of targeting a protein in a multicellular organism, which is why usually you need in human data. So and when a target is so-called de-risked, that's when pharma companies do this thing called target crowding. They all start to target the same protein. Now, the second problem is once you know what protein you want, and arguably that's the easier problem, is you want to design this molecule that binds very well to your target protein. And that's where this binder design comes in, right? So the binder design makes it very easy makes it easier to design some of these molecules that target the protein well. And obviously after that, you also need to do clinical trials and so on, but that's just on the sort of preclinical side. So basically, Anthropic's Claude is basically acting at this step, and it's orchestrating these models for protein binder design that basically have already been existed. They come from the lab of the guy who won the Nobel Prize for AlphaFold. So RF diffusion, which is one of the models that Claude is orchestrating, comes from the lab of David Baker and was published in 2023. So 3 years ago.
Yeah. It's what's something significant about this is that they also talk about how Opus class models are capable of remarkable scientific work. It's not just fable, which is able to, I guess, reach more dual use heights of the technology. How confident are you in other models and their abilities to do this sort of bio work?
So you mean models from other companies?
Yeah, just any model right now.
Oh, so I think this would have to be I'm not that confident because I don't think this would happen just by you'd have to train them specifically to do that. And so I wouldn't know because I don't know exactly what, for example, OpenAI is doing, but it's not just something that comes out of the box because you are just an intelligent model and so on. Like unless they have dedicated time to this and have dedicated research to this, and I don't think that they could be doing this, but I don't know exactly what's happening internally with OpenAI, but Anthropic has been dedicating efforts in this space, and it seems to be among the AI companies that's taking biology the most seriously. And Claude Science, they have announced it a while ago. Like Claude Science is this whole thing, this whole interface that I think is very, very useful for like making all of these using all of these domain-specific models much easier, for like automating a lot of the tasks of scientists, like basically having like almost like a mini research assistant and maybe even a mini scientist in the future. So yeah, so that's kind of the thing that Anthropic has been doing, and I don't think that as far as I can tell, other AI labs haven't really gone there.
Are there dual-use implications of protein binder design?
Sorry?
Are there dual-use implications of protein binder design? Like, could you use this for bad things?
I mean, in principle, yes, but I think like, first of all, again, I want to remind people that we've been able to do, like, first of all, we can do we can do binder design with experimental methods. We've been able to do them with AI, for a while now. And yes, you can also, now that you're lowering the barriers to entry because you have this orchestrator tool that like you just give it a prompt and it designs it. But, for example, for these binder designs, you had to also like communicate with the, with the experimental lab. So like you can't just because you made a binder in your, if you have the sequence, it doesn't mean that it will work. Like the experimental part is quite complicated. And that's why they collaborated with these startups that do it. Obviously, you could potentially, order that yourself from your garage or something. But like, yeah, but also just like the like binary design in and of itself is not like a virus. Like it's not like a virus. It's like you're making just this, like you could in principle, I don't know, create a protein that's like killing someone, but like you can do the same with chemicals. Like you can create like a poison, but it's not like in the same way that creating a new virus is. Obviously it can be like part of a step towards creating a virus and so on, but it's not like immediate in any way. So I wouldn't really be that worried about that for multiple reasons that I've just stated.
Yeah, so you wrote an article, I think like about a month ago, about how intelligence is not the main bottleneck, which is a sentiment. I remember seeing this and I totally agreed with this at the time. Like intelligence is just not the main bottleneck in the real world, and I guess in bio even less so, right? There's all these like regulatory bottlenecks. Yeah, tell us about your like thoughts behind writing this essay.
Yeah, so basically the essay, I think it has generated very polarized views. Some people mentioned you're like, wow, especially people working in bio and AI, were like, wow, I really like these sentiments. A lot of people are like, oh my God, you're like saying that AI is not important. So something that I want to clarify is that the essay is not about AI not being impactful. I think AI is going to be very impactful, including in the physical world. But the essay was prompted by the fact that I've been talking a lot, particularly to like pure AI people. And they basically say stuff like, oh, it doesn't really matter. Like doing anything other than training the AGI is like kind of pointless because we just train the AGI and then the AGI will just like somehow magically solve everything out of the box. Like, and I say something along the lines of like, oh, but like, we need to get past these like regulatory hurdles and so on. And then they reply something along the lines of like, oh, well, but like AGI will be hyper persuasive. And I think my point in that essay is that all of this is kind of decoupled from like the physical nature of what most humans do. Like, for example, the term hyper persuasive, the benchmark for hyper persuasion is like debating, like comparing that to debaters, to professional debaters, which like they're not like, first of all, they're not the most persuasive people in the real world. It's just like a very sort of benchmark brained kind of thinking.
Yeah.
But also like in the
That would
real
be like
world,
cult
like
leaders or something.
Yeah, real super
Yeah,
persuasion
exactly,
is just like whoever has the most
like Trump.
followers. Yeah, it's like Trump. It's whoever has the most followers on Instagram Reels. These are the real super persuaders, not debate bros.
Yeah. I mean, I was telling like there is a very deep physicality to this, right? Like, at a very basic level, a hot young girl might be more persuasive to someone than like, your nerdy, like pimply, debate bro that comes to you and be like, oh my God, like you look at my argument. So like that's kind of a way to visualize why just like intelligence is not the only thing. And, I think and that applies, across the board. And I think for biology, for example, again, I think AI is going to be very important, but in order to really, like, we have all these, like, first of all, physical, like, you just need to generate the right data in order for the AI to learn the right things. And in order to generate that data, you need to like go after the right problems, and you need some of that data is not really incentivized to be generated in the private world. Like, for example, like, I don't know, surrogate endpoints is a good example that make compressed trials. Like, you need to generate that data, and AI could have like a really big impact in generating better surrogate endpoints that allow trials to be shorter and more informative. But the problem with that is that a lot of people are not incentivized to generate the right data to train the AI to find the right surrogate endpoint. So so basically you need to have people that actually work on solving these problems. And I think that the idea that the AGI will just like magically learn everything that needs to be known about biology and like do everything is just kind of false. Like, another way of thinking about it is like, the smartest, like John von Neumann was probably a worse drug developer than someone of mediocre intelligence now who has the right data. Like someone working at Pfizer that just is an experimental biologist that has the right data and can generate the right drugs. Like, data is super important for biology. So so you need to generate it. And also to go into the regulatory side, the most important data I think will remain for quite a bit of time in human data. And our ability to do cycles of iteration, combining AI with information from trials, and also like getting very rich data from humans, I think that will be the most powerful thing. And in order to be able to do that, you'll need to break past some regulatory boundaries. Again, I'm not bearish on AI. I'm just saying, like, we need to also do these other things, and we need to understand that humans are more than just, brains like kind of floating around, sort of like in a way that is like detached from their bodies, and there's much more to what we care about.
So one other thing I want to talk about is the Moderna and Merck mRNA cancer vaccine that they just announced. I believe they announced the phase 3 clinical trial results today.
Yeah.
Is that true? Yes. The market responded like very strongly to this. Moderna stock closed up, or market's still open, but Moderna stock is up 148% today, which is incredible one-day result. What should we make of this? How big of a deal is this?
Yeah, so I think, I was very surprised by the sort of big reaction, because I actually knew there was this phase 2B trial that I think it was published results maybe in 2024. Phase 2B is like randomized, so like it's smaller than a phase 3, but it's still randomized. So it's quite, indicative of what will happen. And they had shown that the mRNA prevents recurrence. So again, this thing with these mRNA vaccines is that they're much more effective at preventing recurrence than at treating the disease. And you usually also pair them with a immunotherapy. So first you want to stimulate. So these vaccines, basically, what they do is after you have been treated, for example, with a immunotherapy, you get, or like during the treatment. But anyway, what the mRNA does is like it trains your immune system to continuously recognize new cancer cells and then prevent the reappearance of cancer, which is super important. But it's not the same as treating. So anyway, so they're much better at preventing recurrence. And so that's one thing. But the second thing is also just like I knew this result and from the phase 2B, and obviously having a phase 3 is important. But yeah, I was surprised by the fact that that the market reacted so strongly, just because I feel like we kind of knew that already. I think the reason why the market reacted so strongly is the reasons are two. So first of all, I think there was a short squeeze. A lot of people were shorting Moderna. And I think the second thing, and these, positive results, kind of got past that. I think the second thing is like the fact that Moderna is one of the few biotech names that is known to generalist investors. So by investing in biotech, I really realized that a lot of biotech companies are overlooked by like sort of generalist investors. And I think that, compared to a lot of other really good biotech companies, in my opinion, Moderna is a bit overvalued. But I think that it's just known to generalists. And when they saw that result, I think that had an impact. And I think the third reason is that really people are betting on Moderna's platform. So they expect that these results won't just hold in skin cancer. They will also repeat themselves in other types of solid cancer, for example, lung cancer. Now, I think that might happen or it might not happen. The thing with the skin cancer is like the ideal cancer for cancer vaccines because it has this so-called very high mutational burden. So it allows the immune system to recognize the tumor very, very well. And this is also why advanced skin cancer is so well treatable by general, like all immunotherapies. It's like the cancer that responds so well to all immunotherapies. So basically here we have seen the sort of kind of most bullish cancer, like the best cancer for this type of vaccine. I'm really excited about results in the future and so on, but I think that is like a big caveat that like we've seen kind of the most favorable terrain in which these vaccines could be tested. So yeah, so in the future, I'm really curious to see whether these results hold in other cancers. But I think also the valuation is also explained by this, that people expect this to hold across a multiple set of cancers.
Yeah, is there anything that could work for certain severities of cancers and not just across different types of cancers? How does this compare to, something that like a cancer that is like more progressed?
Oh yeah. So basically, so this was so it's different therapies work for different types of cancer. So for example, chemotherapy can be very, very good for early stage cancers, but for later stage cancers, you really want to do stuff like CAR Ts, like these cell therapies, these immunotherapies are usually better. I mean, this is a very gross oversimplification, but that's the rule. This mRNA vaccine, again, is an advanced melanoma, but it helps with, after you have, it works as an adjuvant. So you add it with another immunotherapy. So, and that's why it prevents recurrence. So basically, after the melanoma is treated, by adding this vaccine, you help it not reoccur. So it's a bit different from the effect of just like making the cancer go away once you have it. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Like it just prevents it from, because when you have advanced melanoma, even if you treat it, usually it like recurs after like a few years, like after a few months, a few years, and so on. And basically, what this is tested, what the phase 2b results have shown is that it prevents the cancer from coming back. Now there are also results of like it also helps with treating, like it has some effect also on treating the cancer itself, like just making it disappear while it exists. But that's much, in my opinion, much less impressive than what we see with recurrence. So I think the real result is recurrence.
Have you seen any drug or development that is more like geared towards prevention? So even in like a healthy person, it would just like prevent, any instance of cancer?
Yeah, that's one of the things that is the most like people are, people have been trying to do prevention for a long time. I think the main thing is like, you want to do screening. So you want to, catch cancers very early, because when cancers are caught early, most of them are quite treatable. So like phase 1 cancer, stage 1 cancer is really treatable. I think, if I'm not wrong, I think most cancers like have very high survivability even at stage 1. So like, for example, pancreatic cancer that you hear people from dying, it's just very aggressive. That's in large part because it's discovered very late. So a lot of lung cancer is the same. Like we discover lung cancer very, very late. If we discover lung cancer at its earliest stages, either surgery, chemotherapy, radiotherapy, something like that usually is really good. So actually what you really want to do ideally is catch them very early. I think prevention is a bit tricky. I mean, maybe we stumble upon something like GLP-1s that seems to prevent a lot of things, but I think prevention is a bit tricky just because how do you organize a trial to test for that? Like prevention trials are very hard, but also you don't want to mess up with something. Like you don't want to give someone something and then it's just bad. So I think really what people are trying to do is screening. So you catch them early and you treat them, and then the survivability is really high.
Right. Yeah, totally.
And there's a host of problems with that. Like, we've had, there's things that really work. Like, for example, screening for breast cancer is good. But then we have other things like people are now trying to develop blood tests. And we have, like, for example, Grail's blood test that has had mixed results. Like, this randomized trial showed like some good results, some not that good results. Yeah. And there's always the concern of like, so-called incidental findings. I think that's a bit exaggerated, like, discovering something that you think is bad, but it's not actually bad. But really, we have real problems regarding the, like, how do you see the cancer? How do you invent interventions that see the cancer? Actually, here AI has a really important role. I've read recently about like an early detection technique for pancreatic cancer that is enabled by AI. So I think that's like something that's quite promising and interesting, and I think that would make a big difference just by discovering the cancer early.
So Fujisimo, who was the CEO of AGI deployment at OpenAI, posted a few days ago responding to Dario's claim on all human disease being cured in 5 to 10 years. She said that she is more optimistic on AI making dramatic progress in cancer first because we have so much data in cancer as opposed to other diseases. Do you think that's true?
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. I think that yes, in the sense that we do have more data, and in some sense AI is very helpful, but I also think that with cancer, we have probably the most helpful thing that I would do for cancer is actually like do a fast iteration of first in human data, like what Sid Brandish from GitLab is doing. He's basically treating his own cancer. So he is just intervening very early in his own cancer with like all these experimental therapies, and then collecting his own data and doing the therapies in a very targeted way. And he's using AI in this process, of course, because he wants to analyze all this data and he wants to extract insights. But really the barrier for what he's doing at the moment is like just the ability to treat himself, which is why he's like really involved with this like phase 1 policy effort so that more people can do this kind of stuff to themselves. So I think that yes, AI can help a lot with cancer because of this data, but I think now the bottleneck really is a lot in cancer is just like being able to get these drugs into patients. And we have like this glut of drugs that we could potentially give to patients that we can't get them, and we cannot learn about what happens. I actually, in some sense, I'm actually very excited about AI for rare disease because, and I've known some people because, and the reason for that is interesting, is like, for rare disease, you don't want to have like very big investments because you have a very small market size. And what I've seen more and more is people being able to, bootstrap like a small company by using AI and like sort of doing all this automation and like not having to hire as many people and so on. Like it's still usually high net worth individuals that are doing this because they are, you still need quite a lot of effort, but like, AI, I think I've seen anecdotally that it really like lowers the barriers to entry. And this is particularly important in rare disease because you don't have as many commercial incentives there, right? Because the market is quite small. So I'm really excited about AI for that. And I mean, in general, I think it's good, but yeah, that's kind of my take.
Yeah. Well, this is super interesting. We're very excited for future AI bio advancements. Rux, thank you so much for coming on MTS.
Thank you for having me.
Awesome
have a nice
to have you.
day. Bye.
Yeah, we'll be right back with MTS.
We'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, I am joined by Nicholas Kopp, who is the co-founder and CEO of Rylet, an AI-native enterprise resource planning platform for finance team. And they recently announced their 100 million Series C at a 1 billion valuation. Nicholas, congratulations and welcome to MTS.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on.
All right, so maybe a great place to start is, can you just describe your company for someone who's never heard of it? What do you guys do?
We're building ERP software for the AI world, basically. So very specifically for your maybe listeners, every company out there needs a backbone where their financial information gets stored, where the accounting work happens to produce financial numbers. We are that system. We have hundreds of AI agents that help you produce financial statements much more quickly and accurately than humans could. And we do that in real time. So it's a very concurrent system, whereas a traditional system, it takes weeks and weeks to do some of that work. We can parallelize a lot of that work, which means financial information is much more accurate, much more timely, and have had a tremendous success, grown from just 500 to 600 customers in the last couple of weeks. Companies accelerating, and hence the fundraise here that we're announcing.
Yeah, that's quite amazing about the number of customers. Can you share a little bit more about those customers? Who are some of the top enterprises you guys work with?
Yeah, we have a ton of companies across the U.S. economy. So we have, on the one side, some of the fastest growing private companies on the platform. That's, for example, the Merkers of the world, a lot of top of AI companies that use Rylet and are growing very quickly into the billions of revenue in our platform in a short couple of quarters. And then we also have public companies on the platform, which we're very proud of. It's a very mission critical system, so people tend to be a bit more risk adverse adopting the platform, at least in the early days. And so we have a lot of public companies already on the application, all the way out to more traditional brand names like a Sotheby's, for example, subsidiaries of theirs and so forth that work with us, including the big four as well. For example, we have a strategic alliance with Ernst & Young.
Congratulations. And what are you guys planning to do with the extra 100 million?
Invested in product. Yeah. The AI revolution in sort of our field of controllers, CFOs is taking a firm grip. Majority of the market hasn't fully understood yet what AI can do for them. So we'll be heavily investing in product, building out our capabilities there. We have all these specialized agents that need to be trained and maintained and serviced to our customers in an efficient manner. So a lot of the money will go there. And then the other thing that is very important, given it's such a mission critical software, we leave a good chunk of that also in the bank for just a safety and stability of the company, which our customers really appreciate. So it's a very heavy investment there. And then on the go-to-market side, given the product has so much natural pull, we don't need to do all that much yet, but we will be also investing there selectively as needed.
Yeah, that's very exciting. I know you guys raised 3 rounds in 14 months, and now you serve more than 600 customers. And so as an outsider, what should they be looking at? What measurable results should they be looking for over the next year?
Cool. I mean, the result of these fundraisers, they were all very quick fundraisers, literally 48 hours, 72 hours, really fast ins and outs. And it's really a testament to the work that the team and myself have done here over the last couple of months and years. It's all compounding. So in terms of results that the folks should be looking for, obviously it's very important for a fast growing company to continuously grow fast. We're breaking all sorts of records on that front that we want to keep up. We're absolutely supply constrained today. So ARR growth is important, customer growth is important, but for me personally as a CEO of the company, the very most important thing is that maintaining the NPS, the extreme customer happiness, the fan base that we have around the company, which is very unusual for traditionally a very stodgy old industry, to keep that going and again, keep investing in product and making sure our customers are the happiest.
Yeah, what can you share more about your fan base? Who are they and how did you build that up?
It's controllers, CFOs, accounting managers. So anyone's listening on that front, we have, even if you're not a Rylet customer, we have a close club community with a pun on the close, the financial close, a highly selected and curated group of people, more than 1,000 by now on that platform that help exchange ideas, how do you apply AI and all these things. And we're really we have these on-site events. We have a big one in San Francisco coming up in September on how to apply AI, how Rylet falls into that sort of wider ecosystem and spectrum where customers are coming to talk. Interesting speakers. And so for us, it's very much we're creating a wider movement. So what we're doing is much greater than our own product or company, if that makes sense. Like it's a wider movement, and it's been very exciting because again, accountants and CFOs are maybe not known to be the most at least the stereotypes. I actually think people have are very excitable, but like the stereotypes feel a bit more dry, maybe.
Yeah, I like what you're sharing about creating a wider movement. Maybe people outside of this would say, okay, these are old legacy type of industries, maybe not as interesting, but clearly you have a big fan base around you guys. What can you share more about this type of movement that you're creating? What is the world you're trying to build?
We're trying to build a world where everybody gets up-leveled. So accountants, and also for your listeners, like they're like highly intelligent individuals that studied in some cases for 5 years plus the CPA degree. Like it's a very actually cumbersome industry to get into, and you need a lot of dedication, grit, and intellect to get there. To then at the end of that sort of rainbows of studies, like people like move around documents and like compare numbers in PDFs and Excel spreadsheets and everything. So it's I think our opportunity is to up-level everybody with the technology that we've built to truly like people study accounting or finance to become students of business and narrators of business results. And that always falls short if you need to do everything else but that, frankly, to keep the lights on. So hopefully we can take that grunt work off, up-level everybody, and kind of give people a little bit of that motivation or energy back as to why they initially chose the field to study or work in.
Definitely up-level all the people there. What I like about you guys is you guys are working in the field of enterprise software, and so I'm sure that you have a lot of predictions about how AI might change this industry. What predictions can you share with us today?
I think like obviously we're spearheading a movement. This is a generational change that's sort of unfolding on all of us in accounting and finance and outside. And so I do think my prediction is sounding again selfish, but I truly believe it. I do think it's very hard for legacy systems to compete in a world where all their tech stacks date 20, 30 years ago. And it's really hard to introduce AI into these technical like sort of setups. And also the whole interaction designs, like our system is built for agents. Every other system is built for humans to like click buttons. So it's just like there is a UX as well as technical change that's very foundational. So I think there will be a lot of change. I'm sure some of the legacy players will adapt and evolve. But I think sort of the call to action, I think it's really now, or frankly last year or the last 2 years when the change needs to start happening. So it's very exciting for a new company like ours trying to spearhead the change. I think it can be maybe a little frightening, but also exciting for legacy players to reinvent themselves.
Yeah, definitely. I like that you guys are a newer company, but clearly there's something at the organizational layer that's making the growth happen so fast. Can you share anything about what's happening at your actual organization, what's happening internally? Anything you want to share there?
We're a very mission-driven team.
Yeah. And
it sounds a little trite. Every company claims they're mission-driven, but I think we're an interesting bunch. We truly love what we're building. Again, ERP software, accounting, debits and credits, all that stuff sounds very boring for a lot of people, not to us. We love it. Everybody has their own like maybe little axe to grind with a legacy player or like a weekend that they ruined because they couldn't like close their books or report certain financials. So everybody has a very personal story to this. It's a highly competent team. Like we extremely selective recruiting bar. Only the best of the best work at Rillet. Highly curated and sort of I think that's a lot of work that goes in there, especially in the accounting and engineering side. Which accounting is it's hard to hire folks that want to maybe deviate from the traditional path and do something new. And then engineers are just good AI engineers are very competitive to court in this day and age. So I think talent bar is very important. And then lastly, we're building sort of like the engine that builds the engine. So we call the accounting factory, where we've literally built the systems and setups internally that allows to produce and ship very quickly. So accountants today, CPAs today can ship production grade features and functionalities for our customers, for other CPAs, which just wasn't possible even like 6 to 12 months ago. So we're building the engine that builds the engine, which is huge.
Building the engine that builds the engine. I love that. My last question for you is, Nicholas, what motivates you? What ultimately, why did you solve Rillet, and what is the problem that you were trying to solve?
A little bit tying back to the mission orientedness, I think also maybe starting with me, I'm really passionate about what we're building. I'm going to have an accounting and finance background personally myself. So seen a lot of these problems firsthand. I think I have a decent grip. I don't know everything, but I have a decent grip of the problems and how they could be solved with modern technology. And so it's very personal in that regard. I'm building for quote unquote my peers that I studied with or worked with back in the days. And so it feels quite fulfilling that way. And again, we can affect a lot of change here. So the team is very excited about doing that.
Yep, definitely. And you guys have an event later in San Francisco in a few months from now. Anything you can share about that?
Yeah, it's really Recon. It's our third event that we're hosting. It's 250 to maybe 300 if we get the capacity at the venue of CFOs and controllers. Again, highly curated. People fly across from all the countries, some folks even now internationally, to learn about AI, to network with their peers, exchange notes, and have a bit of fun in the process. So it's the 23rd of September here in San Francisco.
Oh, that's amazing. All right, that's going to be next month. Well, really appreciate you for coming on the show today and sharing more about your company and the raise. Congratulations. That is one of the most exciting fundraising announcements of the day, I believe. And so big congratulations. It's really amazing to see about all the growth and the community that you build around Rillet. So congratulations again, Nicholas, and thanks for joining us today on MTS.
Thank you.
And we'll be back with MTS. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. AI agents are getting better at finding vulnerabilities and using real tools, raising new questions about how safely they can operate inside real systems. Soltz is a former penetration tester and current security engineer at Astrate and joins us today to separate the real risks from security theater. So, Soltz, welcome to MTS.
Thanks, Sophia. Always appreciate your enthusiasm.
Well, welcome. I'm glad to have you. I think one of the big things we can talk about is AI agents escaping scan boxes, because I know this is a big concern for a lot of actual people. Can you walk us through what does that actually mean when an AI agent escapes a sandbox? What is actually failing?
Yeah. So there's many definitions of like why an AI agent would escape a sandbox, but the most recent ones we've seen were usually they were running tests to assess the capabilities of the models. Like, hey, how good is it at actually doing security work? And it wasn't just for like scanning code. It was actually like, can it do penetration testing? Can it do like offensive security activity? And obviously they're very capable. Now, in some of the recent incidents that we heard, so a bunch of these AI labs, like independently, were running similar tests where they give an AI model a goal, an agent, right, a goal, and it's like, oh, your goal is to find the vulnerability in this app, let's say, and to keep it safe, you want to make sure that the agent is running in a contained environment, like in a controlled environment, just for testing, where you can like see the results, make sure like you expect the of all the things it can do. It's like in a constrained set of environments, and the problem is that those sandboxes that are supposed to be constrained environments were misconfigured. And instead of like making sure that the agent is in a constrained environment, it was actually able to reach the internet and was actually able to target things that were outside of the scope of the test, which is not very ideal. Now, the interesting thing is that like this is not a new thing. Like even before AI, like whenever you had to do a pen test, you had a well-defined scope. You had a definition of like what is in scope for testing, what are our targets, what should we be targeting, and you would have to like limit your tools to only attack those IP addresses or those domain names, right? And in this case, like the misconfigured sandbox, like it's not like something like new specific to AI. It was like, oh, like they forgot. Like in one case, they just forgot to turn off the internet. It's like it just had internet access.
Wow, it's interesting that these sandboxes were misconfigured, but in a way that sounds like just easy mistakes that they could have fixed. Do you see that there's certain mistakes that these labs are just missing, and why? To me, it seems like if you're a frontier lab, you would have no risk of having a misconfigured sandbox, but clearly that happened here. What's actually happening at the lab? Why is there maybe not enough incentive to make your sandbox super, super secure?
Yeah, so I mean, I think you're on point. Like a lot of us have been asking the same questions. Like, well, you have unlimited budget, right? So can't you just like make a secure sandbox? Like it's a solved problem. There's many cases of like sandbox that like work really well. There's even like there's platforms like Hack the Box, which like you're supposed to hack them, but like it is in a sandbox. So you have like thousands of hackers like just like hammering them all day, and it works pretty well, right? And so why can't the AI companies do that? And there's a few reasons. Part of it, I think, is like they are trying to move fast at any cost. There's also it's like sometimes I think about like 20 years ago, like move fast and break things was kind of like an innovative like idea, and then we tried to like add guardrails again so that things don't get too wild, and now like we're kind of going back to like everyone's so greedy, they just want to make progress at any cost, so maybe they're not spending sufficient resources in those mitigations. Some of it is also there's just like different teams working on different things, and at that scale at these companies, it's just like hard for everyone to be talking to make sure like everyone's on the same page around like what a sandbox should be and how it should work. For some reason also like they outsourced their sandboxing, at least some of it, to like a third-party company that made those mistakes, which also, I'm not sure why those companies would outsource the sandboxing and not just do it in-house, presumably just for speed. Maybe they just wanted to do things faster, and they're like, "Oh, you deal with it. We don't want to think about this." Yeah, overall, I mean, there's many reasons on why it could go wrong, but I think the positive thing is they seem to be learning. Like OpenAI announced today that they are going to work more on the monitoring side, and like the reasoning logs will have some form of monitoring on them. And in general, like they've all released like sort of postmortems of varying degrees of like honesty, but overall they admitted to like, oh, you know, sandboxing could be better, and there are ways to detect an agent trying to do a bad thing. So I'm optimistic in that it is improving slowly.
Yeah, are you seeing any specific improvements at these frontier labs, like you mentioned with OpenAI? Is that a common theme that's happening amongst other types of frontier labs as well? Is this something that they're focusing more on?
Yeah, from everyone I talk to seems to be very much interested in improving. Yeah, like I know a bunch of like really smart people that work at those companies, and obviously like there's like so many different teams there, and they're all trying to do different things, and there's like all these like incentives. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of really smart people getting paid well to solve those problems. It's just like, yeah, there's many different AI companies. They all have their own incentives. They also still want to be competitive in the market, so they don't want to slow down too much at the same time. And then outside of the AI frontier companies as well, it's like, it's not just those companies. It's also like there's smaller companies using AI models, but also for things like offensive security testing, right? Like there's a company called Expo that has been doing offensive security agents for a while, and they seem to have like a good handle on how their agents are sandboxed and monitored, right? So I would love to see more open collaboration between companies and more like open standards on like, here's how you should sandbox, here's how the controls you should have in place. Even though like when you think of it, it is kind of like easy. It's not like that novel and hard to contain an agent. It's just like those big models at their scale, like hopefully they spend more resources actually controlling their agents.
If it's not that hard to control and contain an agent, and yet the mainstream public seems very worried about all of these containment failures, do you think maybe people are overreacting?
I think so. Part of it is kind of like a personality trait. You know, like some people are very cautious, some people are very pessimistic. I'm on the more optimistic side, and that like, we've seen this before, we've solved this problem before. And it doesn't help that there's also, just because it's a new and exciting technology, everyone is trying to formulate an opinion. Some people have an incentive by spreading fear. Some people have an incentive by spread. And another challenge is that a lot of people are trying to capitalize on this opportunity to sell their own products as well. So some people will say like, oh, actually, it's a very difficult problem, and the only way to solve it is to pay me money, right? So it depends. Are people overreacting generally? I don't know. It depends. I think slightly, yes. I think like it'll be fine. Some people disagree and think we're all gonna die. It depends who you ask.
No, that's interesting that some people are using this as a moment to actually sell their products. Who are you seeing do that? What are the types of products that maybe are capitalizing from this moment to get more attention?
Yeah, so there's obviously different categories, because some of the products are necessary, right? Like some tools I would like to have, like closer monitoring of my agents, monitoring the reasoning logs in real time. That's a capability that I would like to have. So there are companies selling that I support. At the same time, there's a lot of companies now, just because of how the investors are all like so like ready to just throw millions of dollars at any AI idea. Some people start selling a vague idea without really having any product, and without really knowing what they're selling. They're like, oh, we can solve AI security. It's like, okay, well, how? And it's like, well, just give us money and we'll figure it out. You know, whatever you want, we'll do it. You know, so it kind of depends. Like a lot of them are overly vague. They don't really have an idea of what they're doing. They're just trying to take advantage of the situation and all the fear in the public. So in general, my recommendation is like for folks to like slow down a bit before acquiring a product. I think a lot of companies are also waiting before buying anything right now, because the ecosystem is changing so fast, and the frontier labs themselves are incorporating some of those features into their products directly. So whatever we think is useful now in 6 months is probably going to be very different.
Yeah, what does it actually look like to study offensive capability? And are you able to actually do that without actually increasing your
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like the before AI, like pen testing was just like, hey, let me see what vulnerabilities this app has, and then now it's like it's the same thing, but I have tools that help me do it slightly faster, and so nothing changed. It's like part of that advancement is people are very interested in assessing like how good are those tools, like, you know, comparing the different models, comparing like the different approaches and the different harnesses and how you use those different models. So it is a fun project in like trying to assess them. It's not supposed to be that risky. Now the thing is, like, a lot of people say in the wrong hands, if you get those tools, then like who knows what sort of evil stuff you could do. But that's been a conversation we've been having for like decades now, with like tools like Metasploit being released like decades ago, that like is just a collection of like hacking tools, and people are like, oh my god, this is going to end the world. And so nothing really changes on that end. It's just like tools that let you do hacking. Today, these tools are more effective, and they can work faster. They're really good. So it's just part of like that. Okay, people are trying to assess them. People are trying to see like how dangerous it is to have them. What can we do about it? And overall, it's just I think like nothing ever happens. It's like it's the same, just like slightly better than before.
Yeah, interesting. The offense versus defense debate is always something I was pretty curious about. And I also want to get your perspective here. Do you feel like AI is helping the attackers or defenders more right now?
So I've done both, in that I started as a pen tester, then I moved to a security engineer, and I realized in a way both sides have the same challenges. And right now, just because I've been focusing more on the defensive side, I've personally been benefiting a lot from LLMs and AI agents, right? It seems also subjective, like whatever field you're more familiar with, you think that it's gonna benefit that field more. But I think it's gonna benefit both equally, by a lot. A lot of people underestimate how much defenders benefit from those tools. I think in terms of like code scanning, because I mean, as a defender, I have all the tools available for attackers, plus more. Plus, I can also evaluate the code directly. I can get it to submit fixes for me as well. I can get it to prioritize and triage all of the different findings that I have. And so that is extremely powerful. And so as a defender, it does tremendously help me for sure.
Yeah, curious to get your perspective there as a defender. What's the most underestimated AI security threat right now?
The underestimated AI security threat. Yeah, I think it's as usual, just phishing, right? Like, because it's always been like like you can have the most bulletproof environment ever. Your CFO is just gonna click on an email to see like cat photos, right? And he's gonna give his password there. And so now it's just gonna make social engineering more effective, right? Because you can scale it even more. You can get a guy to craft really good, convincing phishing emails faster at a larger scale in avenues that people don't really expect, in ways they don't expect. It can do some like open source intelligence for you and craft something that you will fall for. And so just phishing in general is going to be even more effective, and everyone's talking about the offensive capabilities. It's like, well, we haven't solved phishing yet, so that's something we should always be aware of.
Yeah, even phishing. That happened to me. I fell for a fake phishing scam about a podcast, and I did all my security right when it came to like crypto. I had everything right, everything on a cold wallet, everything all secure. But then it's those in-person people, targeted phishing campaigns that get you sometimes. Curious to get your perspective as well. So a little bit of what you've been hinting at is a lot of the issues is that AI can just be badly configured. And right now we're focusing so much on malicious AI and saying, okay, bad agents, malicious agents, but really poor configuration can be a lot of the risk here. Is that what you're seeing too?
Yeah, honestly, that's like such a good point, because so let's say you work at a company and you want to make sure like all of your employees themselves are secure and your developers are working securely. Now your developers are using AI agents. How are they using them? Right? Like are they giving the AI agent like all of their passwords and just like YOLOing, just do whatever you want? Right? So like for example, one thing a few folks have been working on is sandboxing the agents internally, right? So if I want to write code, instead of like letting the agent write code on my main machine, I can have a small container. It could be a Kubernetes pod, basically in a contained environment where the agent runs. And it's like, okay, you're writing the code and you're working within that constrained environment. And you only have access to the API keys and the tokens that you absolutely need to do your job. Like, I don't need my coding agent to be in the same environment where my production AWS keys are in vars, right? Like why would it, like, it can make a mistake. And why would the impact of the mistake be this devastating? Why can't I just put it in a separate environment? So that's an example of like configuring your agents like internally as developers to make sure to minimize the impact of mistakes.
Yeah, just configuration issues as well. I'm curious also, do you feel like we're seeing new types of risk based off all these failures? Are they actually showing us new types of risks? Or rather, are you just seeing familiar security mistakes and that's just happening at a larger and larger scale?
Yeah, if anything, I keep saying like I almost see like a regression. Like it's like the things that we've learned in security in the last like 10, 20 years, it's like we kind of forgot about them because everyone is just trying to move fast and like, oh my God, we need to take advantage of this AI boom. We need to write code faster. It's like, well, now you're not doing role-based access control anymore. You're just giving your agent anything. So in a way, we kind of regressed, and it's like the problems we've solved 10 years ago, we're now seeing again, kind of like the sandboxing failures. The idea of like new types of risks is interesting and it's debatable. I personally don't think it's going to have some sort of groundbreaking new novel type of risk. And the main idea is because risk in itself is just a subjective, like it's just like unintended action happened. And that's like, it's just like, well, however you define unintended, it's just everything's within the realm of like, oops, this unintended thing happened, right? And that's really what security is. And so we've been seeing these sort of things in variations of it for decades, and it's just like the same.
Yeah, interesting. I know Ethereum Foundation recently launched this security fund to make infrastructure or open source infrastructure a lot more secure. And if you had unlimited funding, or okay, maybe not unlimited funding, but some magic wand level funding that you could actually put somewhere, where would you spend that?
Yeah, it's hard. I would probably just turn it into crypto and disappear in some country.
No, I guess specifically for security. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm kidding. Yeah, there's a lot of areas that could use investment. Tech debt in general has been a major reason of breaches. So there's a whole like social engineering aspect and dealing with your employees. Like that's one. Being able to scale that subjective, but yeah, that's one area. Then tech debt in general. So there's a lot of known risks. Any company you work at, there's a long list of known risks. Like we know we are vulnerable to these like 20 things, but we can only afford to fix the top 3. And so if you actually have unlimited budget, you can actually scale your mitigations to do just way more, because it's all like kind of like the economics of security is a big part of it, because nobody actually has the budget to really fix everything. So if you do actually have unlimited budget, then you actually have a better shot of minimizing your tech debt, addressing all of your known risks in meaningful ways, like having like way more different like environments, segregation being way better, every single line of code like audited like super well. You know, it's like those like Mythos scans were like $20,000 per scan, something like that, right? Or per repo, right? Where it's like if I had unlimited budget, I could like spend so many tokens just like scanning code and trying to assess the risk. Ongoing threat modeling, like every single pull request can have like a thorough threat model automated, like running and listing all the things that could go wrong, and that will help you. You'll probably still fall for phishing, but like, you know, everything else will be more solid.
Yeah, definitely. Do you think Frontier Labs are currently too secretive, or they're not being secretive enough about their cyber capabilities?
It's simultaneously both. In some aspects, they say too much. It's like when they write those like pages and pages and pages of slop or just like marketing, it's like none of this. Sometimes like security people are like, we're not the target audience of everything they're saying, right? there is some degree of transparency that I appreciate. Like, for example, they will go to conferences and talk about like here's the incident. Their incident reports, like at least they're releasing those. Because like a lot of companies will not release fully transparent public incident reports and postmortems. So there is some transparency. They do seem to be relatively engaged with the community in a way that just like there's enough security people that work there and we can talk to them. But we always love even more transparency, right? Like if they, I think the problem with like they have the illusion of transparency, but they rebrand it as marketing. You know, and so they want to control the narrative. I've never heard an AI lab say like, oh shit, we fucked up, we don't know, or like we don't know how to solve this problem, we're kind of stuck. Like they're never gonna admit to something like where they're openly asking for help. And to me, like that would be the sign of like actual transparency.
Yeah, the actual sign of transparency is openly admitting that you need help. And you're right, the way that they're disclosing is after the fact, after they've already figured everything out. One thing I wanted to get your perspective on as well is a lot of people say, okay, yes, AI, it's getting better to break in and hack things and all of these containment issues as well. But on the other end, you can actually make the whole internet safer. We're going to experience a little bit of pain in the short term, but it's all worth it for the long term. Is that how you see everything playing out as well?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. I think because like before AI, when I was a pen tester, I feel like every pen tester, their first like year, they go through like a shock where they realize like, oh, everything's broken. You know, you realize like every company you pen test, like you will find critical issues, right? And the reason was partly tech debt, partly oversight, partly not enough resources, partly just like no incentive to care. You know, there was like so many. It was just hard to put enough effort to secure things. So like very basic things were failing. And I think with these tools, I've seen now we're giving capabilities to developers to be able to go and list vulnerabilities by themselves and scan their own code and fix it all within the same tools that they're using to write the code. So they don't have to go and log into an ugly security dashboard to figure out what's wrong. They can just ask like their own model, like, hey, like help me reason through this and help me find vulnerabilities, and it works. You know, there's degrees of like the effectiveness of your harness, but it does a good job, much better than anything we had before. And so because of those reasons, overall, I think everything will become more secure, and at least the low hanging fruits won't be the ground level. At least it'll be like you have to slightly raise your arm.
Definitely. So it's really wanted to thank you for joining us today on MTS and sharing your perspective about all of these containment failures and the future of AI cybersecurity. So appreciate you for joining us.
Thanks, Sophia.
And we'll be back with MTS.
All right, we are back. We're live with Joshua Sachs, who is the co-founder and CTO of Abundant Security. Previously led cybersecurity for Meta's Llama models, including Llama 3, Llama 4, Code Llama, and is the co-author of Malware Data Science, and now works on measuring and building advanced AI capabilities for defenders, which is very topical. So, Josh, welcome to MTS.
Well, yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, so I guess we should start with, for the audience, could you explain what Abundant Security is, what you guys do, what's your mission?
Yeah. So Abundant Security. So my co-founders and I left our day jobs because we were worried about like the rising tide of cyber attacks we're expecting to see in the era of AI automated attacks. We see the world's IT infrastructure as basically a huge set of soft targets for AI agents. And so we think we're going to see way more cyber attacks in the future. And what we're working on is making it way easier to fix companies' security exposures to make them way easier to hack. Right now, it takes a long time to fix security issues in medium and large companies' security infrastructure for a whole host of reasons, which I'm happy to talk about. But we think we can use AI to make that way easier.
I guess one thing that has surprised me so far is that there haven't been a lot of hugely consequential, like real world cyber attacks. Even though we've had like Kimi K3 has been out and Open Weights for probably like a month now. And we've had like models of like Mythos level cyber capability for publicly available for maybe 2 months. But it seems like most of the actual AI cyber risk is concerning in that it is indicative of like future AI capabilities or future model misalignment, and not like immediately impactful in the present. So like, do you think this is like roughly accurate?
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I actually tend to be less alarmist than many of my colleagues in the AI space here. Like, I think there's going to be a rising tide of AI-based attacks, but I think it's going to unfold over the next few years. I don't think it's going to happen immediately. I think like a conceptual mistake people make sometimes in the AI safety world is to imagine that like when a new capability comes, like there's some sort of direct relationship between like the availability of capabilities and the number of cyber attacks that we observe on the internet, and like actually. Cyber harms aren't just a matter of what capabilities people have. They're sort of mediated by human processes and attackers operating within their own organizations and as basically like shadow businesses, right? And so attacker organizations, I'm happy to go into this in more detail, but like, they're on their own adoption curve with respect to this technology. Just like, Accenture or 7-Eleven or McDonald's may not be super AI forward, right? Like not every attacker organization is super AI forward. Just like, we've seen with tech diffusion and the rest of the economy, like eventually companies do catch up and eventually attackers will adopt the technology. But it's not like an instantaneous process, I would say.
Do you think in the limit, cyber is defense dominant?
I don't like to make like long range predictions like that. So I'll give some thoughts, but they're like sort of low confidence. I think most immediately it's probably offense dominant, right? So if you guys read like Irregular's paper that came out a few days ago, I generally agree with that. So I think it's easier to find and exploit vulnerabilities than it is to fix them just from like a sort of a theoretical computer science point of view. It's easier to like penetrate a network than it is to patch it up. So I think attackers have an advantage right now. I think you could say from like longer term, like from a longer term point of view, eventually, defenders may patch most of the bugs in the sort of software plants that exist across the world. And we can get to a steady state where, the new code that's being released is all being carefully vetted before it launches. And, we've sort of cleansed it of bugs before it goes out the door. And you can imagine the steady state in which there's less cyber attacks in the future. But the reason I feel really uncertain about that is because a lot of it depends on human processes, right? It's like, are we going to put laws and regulations in place that force software vendors to spend lots and lots of tokens finding and fixing bugs in their software before they release it, or we're going to be more libertarian about it, right? Are like, I don't know, are the natural incentives based on the number of cyber attacks we're seeing and the cheapness of tokens sufficient to get defenders to patch their software before they release it and fix their networks, really quickly and dynamically? It's hard to say. It's sort of like predicting the stock market or something like that. So yeah, personally, I'm mostly motivated on just like sort of taking the next right step, to make things more secure over the next time increment. It's a little harder to say long term.
Yeah, so I guess one thing is finding vulnerabilities, which we have kind of like, we've seen for sure has skyrocketed. The other thing is the actual amount of hacks. Do you think that the amount of hacks, like proportional to the amount of vulnerabilities found, would you have expected it to be higher or lower? Do you think that it like makes sense? And where do you see it going in the future?
Yeah. I guess just as background, right? If you look at cyber harms data, like sort of aggregate cyber harms data, there's been a rising tide of cyber harms over the last year with like a compound annual growth rate of like, depending on what sources you look at, like 10 to 20%. So it's like cyber harms have been growing faster, like in terms of economic damages, have been growing faster than the economy for like a really long time, and that precedes modern AI, and when you look at the data, you can see some causal imprint of, for example, like AI phishing capability. Like we've had AI phishing capabilities for a few years now that have been accessible to attackers. That can automate some portion of AI chatting with victims and also help generate images that help to con people and that kind of thing. I mean, there's been some we're seeing I can't show the data on this video stream, right? But if you look it up, like we're in the sort of early part of the sigmoid of attackers like adopting and getting sort of counterfactual benefits from AI, but it's still pretty early, So again, I think, Sophia, I would say, it's going to be, the adoption curve here is going to be slow, and that's what I would expect based on the last 10 years of data and in the last few years of data of seeing attackers adopt sort of social engineering tools that have been available for a while. I would expect the same thing with respect to vulnerability research and exploit generation capabilities, as we've seen with social engineering capabilities, at least at a first approximation in this. So I think really it's going to be like the next few years that we're going to see this play out, not like the next few quarters.
Right. So I'm curious about your work on security for Llama. What did this broadly encompass? So was this making, the models was making them secure themselves and making sure that they, had the proper safeguards? What did this look like?
Yeah. Okay. So I'm just gonna share like the public, like publicly accessible parts of this. So my experience working on Llama. So way back in like 2023, me and some colleagues at Meta started the Llama, like the security team for Llama. Initially, the stuff we worked on was stuff like Prompt Guard and Llama Guard. These were like fine-tuned BERT models that helped to guardrail Llama models, and we open sourced that stuff. So we did a lot of like system level guardrailing to protect against prompt injection and also to help protect against people misusing the models for. Back then, it was mostly like social engineering and phishing and that kind of thing. And so we deployed that stuff internally in our Llama deployments and sort of monitored misuse of our models and like prompt injection attempts against our models and that kind of thing. And then we also open sourced it. We also worked on frontier evals. So like our system, like the stuff that you see in Meta system cards and that kind of thing around measuring AI cyber capabilities, including the kind of testing that we just saw go off the rails with a bunch of the labs. And what else do we do? I don't know. I mean, also you're free to ask me questions about all that stuff. Like frontier cyber testing and how large, how big AI labs are defending their models against AI cyber attacks.
Yeah, I'd be very curious to hear that.
But sorry, any specific?
I guess the amount of resources put into like cyber testing and compared to maybe other teams.
Yeah. I can't share too much. Like I don't want to breach confidentiality here. I mean, I'll make a general statement though. Sort of frontier AI security is a small world, and I've got friends across all the labs, and I think we need more resources for in this area. You know, I mean, I think we're going to see some level increase in resources now, given the events of the last month or so. But I mean, look, what can I say here? Like, obviously there's an enormous race around capabilities. I think it's pretty obvious I think it's public knowledge at this point, right? That like we're training these models at scale, especially now with reinforcement learning, in such a way that they're being trained on synthetic data that we don't really understand. The models behave in ways that surprise everyone, including their creators, and obviously can create a ton of damages. And yeah, I don't think the AI safety teams, including the AI security teams of the labs, are large enough. Hopefully, they're getting larger now. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, how concerned are you with fully autonomous cyber attacks that are initiated by the models versus like human attackers misusing models?
Yeah, Yeah, so Theo, are you asking, am I more concerned about models going rogue and hacking stuff autonomous, like due to misalignment or attackers deliberately using the models to hack people?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I'm way more worried about humans misusing models right now than I am about misaligned models doing damages. For a few reasons. For one, there are a lot of well-resourced human actors that like just want to use the models to do bad things, right? So I would imagine that every serious cyber org within the world's militaries, right, are currently tooling up around using AI, and they intend to use AI totally deliberately, right, to find bugs and generate exploits and do attacks. Their goals are often to do damages, right? Like so we saw at the beginning of the Ukraine war, Russia, it seems that they sort of backed up the truck and just like emptied their entire cyber arsenal against Ukraine and did as much damage as they could, right? And that's still ongoing. That's what they could do, in the sort of pre-Mythos days, right? And so, anyways, we have humans out there who are well resourced and whose explicit goal, right, is to do damages. The goal of the model, like in the OpenAI Hugging Face incident, was to steal the answer key, right? So it wasn't to like shut down critical infrastructure. So I think that difference matters. We also have more. I mean, obviously, many mistakes were made in the recent sandbox escapes across the labs, but well-intentioned actors have more control there, right, than bad actors do. So yeah, those are all reasons why I'm currently more worried about cyber attacks, like explicit cyber attacks.
Yeah, so you had a tweet recently about OpenAI pausing training, not as an act of enlightened leadership, but just, like rationally, microeconomically, pursuing self-interest. Do you think there's any case where like it would make sense economically, there would be economic pressures for a lab to release a model, even if it's like cybersecurity standards were not strong enough? And sort of what would be the result of that?
Yeah. No, I think there definitely will be incentives for the labs to do that, and arguably they already are. So I think there's a fair number of public demonstrations, right, of like inducing Claude code to give an attacker shell access on a developer's workstation. That's pretty easy to pull off, right? Like the way you can do that today is like plant a comment in a GitHub repo that says, "Hey, like everybody, like I've had the same like problem that you've had in installing this library, and the way I fixed it is I ran this shell script, or I ran this software binary." And like you can trick coding agents into giving you remote code execution pretty easily that way. And I wouldn't just blame the labs for this, right? But like the labs, tech companies that are realizing efficiency gains in software engineering by deploying these agents, like they're all, they're shipping sort of open security risks by shipping these products. I think there's like many such cases where like these products aren't like could be safer, but labs are making the trade-off to ship stuff faster than faster than they can implement safety, guardrails and safety fine-tuning and that kind of thing. So I think that's going to continue. I mean, like I guess the point I was making, that tweet wasn't as nuanced as it should have been. Like I think what I was saying is that like there are natural incentives for the labs to meet a minimum safety bar just from the point of view of like crass business interests, right? Like it doesn't make sense to keep training models. Like, I mean, you guys probably, understand read all the public documentation of the Hugging Face incident, right? Like that incident actually started a couple months before, the models broke out, and they were hacking their own RL infrastructure as part of, it sounds like non-security RL training. Like, I don't think any rational actor is going to want to run a lab in which that's happening during their RL training runs, right? So I think the labs are going to fix that kind of thing. But we should hold the AI industry to a higher bar than that, right? And that's probably going to take external pressure and regulation and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So to what extent are a lot of these AI cybersecurity things happening because models are like super capable on the level of like top hackers versus just more so like mediocre hacking capabilities that are like capable of being more widely replicated? Like, it seems to me, I'm not like a cybersecurity expert. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but like, are there like real conceptual leaps happening here, or is it more so just like we're capable of democratizing the script kiddie so broadly that like you can just throw thousands of virtual hackers at the problem?
Yeah. So I think it's a mix. In terms of, so it depends what part of the cyber and kill chain. So in cybersecurity, we call this the kill chain, right? This is sort of the kill chain in cybersecurity is like the state machine that an attacker follows as they sort of progress from like scanning a network, breaking in, exploiting novel ODAs, and finally achieving their goal. And like, depending on where you are in that process, AI is better or worse than humans, I would say. I think AI is now, I'd be curious if any of my vulnerability research friends are watching this, if they would agree. But I think it's probably a general agreement that AI is superhuman now at vulnerability research. That's like a very mathy, like vulnerability research is like a very mathy world where, a typical vulnerability research task is like, you've got some huge code base, like the Chromium code base, for example. And somewhere in that code base is very lucrative for attackers, because if they can get remote code execution on Chromium, right? I mean, like the world's their oyster in terms of like where they break in. But that code's also been picked over by like Google's elite security engineers. Google's used fuzzers and all sorts of automated vuln finding methods to try to cleanse it of bugs. And yet there are people in the world who are tasked with just like finding new 0 days that lead to the remote code execution in Chromium. And like, this is very much like a pure math problem or something in the level of sort of cognitive load demanded of the people who do this research. And AI is now, I would say, as good as the world's most elite hackers or better at finding those kinds of bugs. It's also just got a different form factor, right? I mean, you can just sort of trade token spend for the probability of finding a bug, on any given day, and it can just sort of grind away and it never gets tired and that kind of thing. I'd say probably similar for exploit development, although I'm less confident. Exploit development is like, once you found the bug, can you generate an exploit payload that sort of reliably gets you remote code execution across like multiple versions of the software and multiple operating systems? That's like a whole discipline unto itself. AI's gotten pretty good at that too. There's other things where the AI hasn't been like well optimized, like being super quiet. Like once you're on your victim organization's infrastructure, as you sort of figure out like how to move laterally within that environment and like expand your access and install like this, like those kinds of things. My sense is that AI is like subhuman, or like it's like not as good as humans. And there are cyber operational experts, especially in like the world's militaries and stuff, who's like, that's like their whole specialty is just like being incredibly quiet and careful as they get from like that initial host that they've broken into to like the crown jewels host that like has the crown jewels intellectual property of the organization and this kind of thing, and then like quietly exfiltrating. My impression is that AI is like extremely, like, I mean, if you look at the Hugging Face incident, I mean, the AI was like extremely noisy, right? There was like thousands of agents that were crawling all over the Hugging Face infrastructure looking for the answer key, that's not like a professional, like the swarm of agents was operating well below the bar of like what a professional operator would be doing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm curious how concerned you are about that risk of just like some sort of model capability or something that like the model finds that is not like it's not identified within a frontier lab, later like snowballs into a bigger vulnerability. Like, do you see the chances of that happening again? Because that's sort of what we saw with the Hugging Face incident.
Yeah, I think that it's so like scenarios like yeah, like I agree with that general like with the direction of what you just said. Like you could imagine, I'm not sure today, but you can imagine like an internet worm, like that's based in an AI model. I'm not sure if like the latest Quen model is like it's like a 32B or something. It's like 27B, like it's like a 27B model that you could probably run on like a large AWS GPU instance or something. Like that model is interesting from like a catastrophic risk perspective. I'm not sure. I doubt its cyber capabilities are good enough. But like when we have models of that form factor, they can run on public cloud infra. You can imagine a scenario where a model, hacks people, steals their Bitcoin wallets or whatever, right? Like exchanges that for dollars, uses that to spin up more public cloud resources, uses that to hack more people, and you can imagine some sort of like, exponentially propagating situation there, they could be really damaging. I'd be surprised if that happens, I don't know, just totally guessing here, like, in the next 3 to 6 months, but like the trajectory of capability improvements coupled with compute efficiency, I think makes this sort of thing a realistic scenario to consider.
Yeah. What do you make of GLM 5.3 being like advertised to have, these emergent cyber capabilities? And I think they like released something that would also allow open source repos to like cyber secure or like check their stuff for vulnerabilities.
Yeah. I think it's really interesting. I think that my main reaction to that is that we should really update around how we're doing like national cybersecurity policy in the US and maybe like the UK and Europe based on this. Like much of the policy to date around AI cybersecurity safety from the federal government has been focused on like the following process. Like some frontier lab is about to release a model, right? And then we have KC and UKAC sort of help to evaluate its cyber capabilities, and then we decide whether or not the model can go out the door, or whether it should be or whether we should sort of guardrail off some capabilities. Like famously, we saw this with Mythos and Fable, right? It's like that model, because of Trump administration mandate, right? It's like heavily guardrailed from a cyber perspective. Like this kind of like it might make sense to continue to do this, right? And like measure frontier model cyber capabilities and like guardrail, and then have some policy decision come down from the executive branch to like guardrail off the capabilities. But like this is not like where our focus should be, right? It's like there are open weights models that are very good at cyber that are going to continue to propagate regardless of whether we guardrail Anthropic and OpenAI's models. Attackers can use them. They can use them via their own dark inference providers, right? They don't need to do them in the open on Anthropic and OpenAI's inference infrastructure. So like we need to think, I think it's a bit myopic just to focus on the capabilities restrictions in a regime in which there are super cyber capable open models. And like we need to think more broadly about how we address this at a societal level.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, really interesting stuff. Check out Abundant Security. What is it? SSIL.ai?
Or no, it's abundantsecurity.co.
Abundantsecurity.co.
Yeah. Cool. Nice to talk to you guys.
Yeah, great
Thanks
to
for
chat.
coming on, Josh.
Yeah, thanks
Awesome
guys.
having you on.
Have a good one. Yeah.
We'll be right back
Bye.
with MTS.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. The first wave of coding agents lived beside a developer and waited for the next prompt. And now AMP is building towards something closer to a cloud workforce, persistent agents running in isolated environments and acting in parallel. Today, joining me to discuss AMP code and the future of cloud agents is Byung Liu, the co-founder of AMP. Byung, welcome to MTS.
Thanks for having me, Sophia. It's great to be here.
Excited to have you. Maybe let's start with what you guys announced a month ago, I believe, with Orb. What exactly is Orb, and how does that change the future of coding agents?
Yeah, so orbs are kind of this like new way to run your agent. I would start with how developers are currently using agents, and they largely fall into, I'd say, like two general buckets. One is people using it on their local machine. So you have like many agents running on localhost, and you're using something like Tmux or Herder to like manage these things. That's fine, but sometimes they run into each other, right? Like you're trying to modify shared files, or you're trying to run the server on the same port, and they conflict. And so there's another bucket of folks that are using cloud agents, which run remotely, not on your local machine. So they're more isolated. But the issue with a lot of cloud agents that we found is there's still this notion of like, I have to give my agent a computer.
Yeah.
So like you're thinking about like, oh, there's a sandbox or there's a VM attached to that agent. And now that's something else in the back of your mind that you have to kind of think about. And on AMP, we're very much on pushing the frontier of what's possible with agents and coding. And so what we wanted was this experience, much like you do with like a team of talented engineers, where it's like you don't want to tell your engineer like, oh, you should run this thing on this machine. Go do this thing on this machine. You just say like, go do it. Here's the task I want you to do. And that's essentially what we built with Orbs. So it's a remote agent runner that writes software for you, but it's frictionless, it's managed for you, it's presented to you in a way that you don't have to think about any of this other kind of like agent management, meta stuff.
Yeah, no, it's pretty interesting because I know when OpenClaw first came out, my friends who were experimenting with it fully had 6 different MacBooks for running something in a Mac Mini, and this agent had to talk to this agent, and it was the whole coordination agent. And I saw a tweet yesterday saying, a rip to all the people who bought those Mac Minis. We don't need any of those cloud agents anymore. So do you think now is actually the era where cloud agents are taking off?
I think so. It's like we're kind of graduating from this like hobbyist era where, if you analogize back to the dawn of personal computing, at some point people were building all these home computers, and the first Mac was like a thing that you could assemble. It was for like hobbyists. But then the next version was something that you just buy off the shelf, and I think we're getting there now. In some sense, it was kind of ironic from the OpenClaw era, because the promise of AI was always like, I just talk to my computer and it does stuff. And then in order to get to that, until this point, it was, you had to be quite technical. Like you had to manage computers, you had to, open up a terminal. And what we're trying to do is get the task of software creation to the point where even developers don't have to think about that anymore. You can just say like, hey, here's the product or feature that I want, go and do it. Come back to me, ping me when you're done. And when it's ready for review, I will just use the app. I don't have to like push it to a separate system. I can just merge the change from a single interface and just be on my way to, shipping stuff.
Yeah, even just running parallel agents at once, I feel like is completely going to change how people interact with coding agents in general, or just how they interact with agents in their regular workflows. Are you using parallel agents? Is your company using them? How does the actual workflow look like?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. I'm like running like probably like 6 or 7 orbs in parallel right now. Like right before we got on this thing, I kicked some off. Hopefully they'll be done by the time this is over. But what we found with orbs specifically is when we adopted them, we saw this immediate uptick in the amount of parallelism that our team experienced. In fact, like the order of magnitude is probably like an instant like 2x bump. And so now, instead of having, like 2, maybe 3 agents in parallel at any given time, we have 6, 7, in some cases, like up to a dozen, depending on what you're doing. Like if you're on support duty, like triaging and responding to a bunch of customer issues, you might have, multiple dozen of these investigating various things at a given time.
Yeah. I know that there's other companies as well who are working on cloud agents. What is the moat here?
That's a good question. I think for us, we don't really think too dearly about what is like the long-term strategy. I think what we're focused on is really making it work really well for the user, because we think that makes so much of a difference to whether your thing gets adopted or not. But I do think that there's some stickiness in terms of using orbs. It's a delightful experience, and what we've started to notice is people that are using it heavily are starting to build more and more things on top of orbs. So it's actually, it started as sort of like an end user way to spin off multiple agents, but it's actually a pretty useful primitive to build other things on top of these parallel agents as well.
Do you think the local developer environment is just dying out?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's not going to be like an instant death. I think it's going to be the slider where the percentage of work that you do on local machine versus a remote machine. Right now, for a lot of people, they probably still do most of their work on a local machine. I think that just slides asymptotically closer to 100% over the next 6 months to a year.
What other trends are you seeing? What else do you think is dying out that maybe in a few years from now, it's like, remember we used to do PR commits and you just see like, that's crazy. I don't know. Do you have other examples of that?
Yeah. So, one of the things that we say to ourselves on AMP, like in some sense, AMP is not just building a new tool. We're also trying to invent a new way of building.
Yeah.
Because in some sense, when you have such an amazing new technology, you don't want to just be accelerating things in the same like loop that you used to use in the olden days. Similar to like when electricity was first like a thing, people in factories were still using like the steam engine, right? And factories used to be built around the one steam engine that you had, and like everything else flowed downstream from that. All of a sudden, electricity comes in. You don't have to build around one engine anymore. You can just plug things in wherever. But they didn't realize that until, maybe like a decade in, that they could actually move things around. And so one of the things that we think is going to happen is right now in the so-called software development, the enterprise software development lifecycle, it's this like multi-step loop that's been canon for the past 2-3 decades of you have your issue tracker, you have your dev environment, you have your editor, you have your code review tool, you have some sort of CI system, you have deployment, and each step involves a slightly different set of hands touching it. You have your product manager, project manager, engineer, test engineer, release engineer, all these different roles. And I think for an increasing amount of software, that loop can be now condensed into something that you can view from essentially like a single application, and can be like that entire loop can be driven by a single human.
Yeah. So you're saying you're trying to reimagine the entire stack as a whole, and that existing flow as a whole, it's almost inefficient. You use the steam engine example of, hey, what if we just bring in a new system? So to just explain it concretely, what exactly does that mean, a new system?
Yeah, so if you look at the way that we ship on AMP, like we build AMP with AMP, and in the old way of building things, in order to get one change into production, I would have to touch at least like 3 or 4 services, right? Like there's the inbound for when I get the issue submitted to me from like a user, I have to file that into an issue tracker. Then there's whatever environment I'm using to make the change. And then I have to push it up to CI. Maybe there's like a PM I have to tag in. It's a whole loop. What I do now and what the team does now is we're basically just in AMP the entire day. So like I can push that entire change. I can even receive an issue report through AMP because we have integrations to Twitter and Gmail. Cool. And so it's like that whole loop gets condensed into one thing, and then that one task is just an entry in the sidebar. So I can have, that's why I can have, a dozen, 2 dozen ongoing tasks ongoing at a given point in time without just like buckling underneath the mental burden of managing it all, because it's in sort of like one place because I don't have to think about like all the different systems that one particular work stream or task needs to touch.
I guess if you're changing up all of those systems, at the same time, you'd have to change up the actual organizational systems of your company. And what do the new tasks become of the humans themselves? Are they just in charge of a lot more? Are they running whole agents, fleets of agents themselves? How do they determine who does what?
Yeah, I think so. You know, the AMP team is like 20 people total, and not all of us are like engineers. We don't all have the term engineer in our title, but basically everyone commits to the code base on, if not a daily, at least like a weekly basis. And so I think it's just it's a fun time for people to kind of like take on more responsibility.
Yeah.
Like what I think about is the amount of value that you can deliver inside a company, and consequently like the amount of money that you can ask people to pay you is sort of like capped at how much of the end-to-end sort of like business loop you can complete. And if we can put more of that loop into the hands of like a single person, now that single person has the ability to say like, oh, I actually delivered, you know, X dollars in value, or I did these things that improved the lives of users. And so I think the way I think about it is that for everyone on a software team, it's a matter of like role expansion right now. It's like my job used to be one tiny part of shipping a thing into production. Now it can be the whole loop, and when I'm doing the whole loop, I can claim credit for the whole loop. I can you know, drive changes I want to see in the product.
One thing I was always curious about, when you get more agents who are doing the coding on our behalf, oftentimes too, they're not necessarily optimized to just solve things as efficiently as possible.
Yeah.
Even as you talk to them, they're a lot of the reason they speak with so much AI slop in general is it uses more tokens. And so if you're using and paying per token more slop, you're incentivized to create an agent who can talk with more slop as well. And so how do you deal with that token spending problem if you're just relying so heavily on coding agents?
Yeah, and I think there's this like weird incentive problem too, because if you're in the business of like selling tokens, then the most efficient, elegant solution is not necessarily the thing that maximizes your top line. And that's where we see us playing a role, essentially. You know, we basically sample the field of models to find the best model for each task, and we plug them into our agentic system, and we really optimize for efficiency. Like our core kind of like pricing model is subscription based now, so it's not you know, we don't make a ton of money for wasting tokens. And in terms of how we work with like businesses, we have relationships with, you know, larger enterprises, you know, large banks, that sort of thing, where we've constructed, I'm not going to say the term FDE because I think that's overused, but there's a special partnership. Like there's a special entity that we've constructed that aligns incentives so that we're rewarded when we actually deliver business value, as opposed to just, you know, maximizing the amount of tokens we consume.
How does that work? How do you actually design incentives to deliver business value over token maxing?
Yeah, so I mean, I could opine on this for many hours, but the long short of it is the kind of like alignment problem, so to speak, in working inside any larger organization. It's not like an AI alignment problem, it's really a human alignment problem. And the way we think about it is, some organization out there has goals they want to meet. It could be like a large-scale code migration. One of our customers is migrating from one data lake to another data lake. They're modernizing. They want to get that done. That has a set of criteria that indicates success, and they can assign more or less like a dollar value to completing that. And they have the existing plan, you know, how long it was going to take, how many people were going to be involved, and then they have the plan that they can achieve with AMP. And so once we figure out what those things are, we deploy our folks in with AMP. We'll build anything into the core product that needs to be built to meet those goals, as well as build plugins, you know, outside of the core system to solve the customer problem. And then we make sure that in the contract we're rewarded for the value that we provide. So we're not charging people purely on the basis of like, hey, we made you spend a lot of tokens. It's more like, hey, we delivered this really, really valuable business objective for you that's probably going to move your like public stock price. And we'll take a cut of that.
Yeah. So where does the actual value accrue for coding agents themselves? Do you see that happening all at the harness layer, or do models still, by token maxing, still get most of the value here?
I think I'm gonna talk my book here, but like we're building at the application layer, and I think in the long run, the application layer I think will be incredibly valuable. I think right now it's kind of weird because we're kind of like building out a lot of the infrastructure to enable applications right now. So if you look at like early internet, the hot internet stocks of the late 90s, a lot of them were like telecom companies or Cisco, right? Because there was all this infrastructure that had to be constructed in order to enable the modern internet to come into existence. But in terms of how you and I get value out of the internet today, it's not like I go to Cisco.com or anything like that. I go to a web application, and I think that the AI agent story I think will play out along those same rough lines in the long term.
When it comes to agentic coding as a whole, what do you think right now is overhyped and what might be underhyped?
That's a good question. Let's see. Overhyped. I think that there's a lot of hype around coding agents replacing humans entirely, or agents in general replacing jobs. Like that's a big talking point. I don't know. Like the capabilities of agents are, they're evolving at a fast pace, but like fundamentally, they still do what you ask them to do, and what is very, very apparent to us in using agents day to day is that human intervention, that human guidance is still essential. If anything, is more essential, because if you have the wrong guidance in place, then the cost of like going off the rails, you can very quickly rack up, a ton of token cost if you have something that doesn't pan out or doesn't fit the architecture of your application. So I think the whole this is going to make humans obsolete thing is just way overhyped to the point where it's just like I don't know. It's like some folks are living in sort of like a dismal fantasy land or something.
What an interesting marketing technique too. Say, take away all the jobs.
I mean, I guess it gets eyeballs, right? Like there's a lot of I think we've seen this played out. There's a big anti-Datacenter movement right now and all that. But we like to focus on the positive, and I think the way we view this technology is just it's a huge human amplifier. It's going to lead to a lot of abundance for everyone.
On the reverse end, what's underhyped?
I think when I think about it, I think what is underhyped is sort of like the flip side of what I just said, which is the creative potentials of humans that this is going to unlock. I think we've just managed to scratch the tip of the iceberg there. So I think one of the things we're going to see soon is the emergence of code as a truly creative medium, right? So when you think about creative stuff, things that you would consume for fun or with your friends, you can think about things what we're doing now, right? That's video. This is like a form of creative content. You put stuff on YouTube. I make music in my SoundCloud. I share that with you. It's just it's a form of creative output, right? It's a creative medium. Or I go post on X. I'm sharing my writing, my thoughts with the world. We don't really think about code that way. Code is I want to build an application that's going to do something. Let me go build out a team. We're going to have a set of managers, and it's going to be a whole organization that does this. I think now what is possible is writing code is so easy, especially in some areas where you're building kind of these simple things. I built a simple game for my kid at home to play that's a little bit educational, because we're trying to get him to learn more spelling and learn more basic math. And this is the thing that I want to share with other parents in our group chat. Things like this, I don't know, it's just qualitatively different from anything that you've been able to do from shipping software ever before. And so I think that part of it is underhyped, and it's just going to lead to I don't know. It's every human in the world now has the potential to project their creative inspiration into a piece of functioning software. And that's the opposite of humans are obsolete. That's saying that humans are going to move to the forefront more than ever before. Instead of being an anonymous developer pushing code inside a large org, there's going to be a ton of people who can just make a living off of like creating cool software that scratches an itch for themselves or is fun. They share it with their friends, they share it with their family, and like YouTube, right?
Yeah,
like
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. On the other end, where do you think are the areas that are still worth solving or that not enough people are working on? So if someone was an entrepreneur, a founder looking to get involved in this industry and work on a problem, what would you advise them to pay attention to?
Yeah, I think that there's actually a lot of underexplored territory in sort of like vertically integrated agentic systems. And the way I kind of think about it is, classically there are a lot of pieces of software that are designed for a particular domain, like healthcare or finance or some specific subset of that. And I think all of that has to get reinvented. They either get reinvented by the existing companies who have things in the market, or they get invented by new players. And I think what I would say, like what I tell people who are new founders, is don't get discouraged with the current state of the world, where it seems like 2 or 3 model companies are just going to eat the entire economy. Like everyone talks their book, right? Like that's the thing people do, and just because something has been the narrative for the past 6 months or 1 year doesn't mean it's going to be the way things pan out over the course of the next 5 years, decade. And I just think that there's a ton of domain knowledge that's not yet incorporated into the models that's going to require some serious application building, some serious creativity from humans to turn into something that's truly useful.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that and sharing all of that. And I completely agree as well. It's a good time to be a builder with agency right now.
Yes.
So really wanted to thank you for joining us today on MTS and sharing all that AMP is doing, the future of orbs and the future of agentic coding in the cloud. So appreciate you for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me, Sophia.
Thank you for joining. And we'll be back with MTS. Welcome to Talent Watch, where we track the biggest talent moves in AI and the funding that makes them possible. Right now, Frontier Labs, our heavily funded startups, are competing for the same top talent, especially here in San Francisco. And when startups are raising hundreds of millions, sometimes billions of dollars right out of the gate, they suddenly have the resources to compete with companies like OpenAI, Google, and Anthropic for the same people. So joining me today is Katie Kirsch, a partner at Andreessen Horowitz, who's been closely tracking these moves. Katie, it's great to have you here.
Yeah, excited to be here.
So you and your team have been tracking all this pretty obsessively. Why? What's the case for that?
We think that where top people are going is becoming one of the clearest signals for where people think the best opportunities are. And we're also seeing some of the biggest early stage funding rounds in VC history. Last year, Thinking Machines raised a $2 billion seed round at a $12 billion valuation. Ineffable Intelligence raised $1.1 billion at a $5.1 billion valuation. Unconventional AI raised $475 million at a $4.5 billion valuation, and the list just goes on.
Oh my gosh, those are some giant raises. So we don't have just OpenAI competing with Anthropic and Google. We're seeing all these startups too?
Exactly. Even a brand new startup suddenly has enough capital to really compete for the same researchers.
Oh my gosh, this is gonna make everything a lot more interesting. So let's get into some of the actual talent moves that are happening. Let's start with OpenAI because there's been a lot of movement over the last few months, especially amongst the top leadership. So last week we had Brad Lightcap, who announced his departure on X.
Yeah, he had been at OpenAI since 2018. He spent nearly 8 years there, first as CFO, then COO. But this April, he moved out of the COO role and into a special projects team. And then a lot of his day-to-day commercial responsibilities shifted at the time to Denise Dresser.
Oh yeah, and then Denise Dresser is also an interesting departure because she was previously the CEO of Slack, and then she joined OpenAI as the CRO and only lasted about 8 months. Do we know why Dresser actually left?
Not beyond what she said publicly, which is to pursue other opportunities. And there's been speculation because the tenure was so short, because she had just taken on more responsibility, but there hasn't been any reporting that she was pushed out or that there was any kind of internal conflict.
Interesting. Well, there are 2 other departures, and they're a little bit more straightforward. So we had Kate Rauch, who stepped down as CMO to focus on her cancer recovery. And also Fiji Simo, she stepped away from her full-time role running AGI development because of a chronic health condition, although she is saying that she's staying involved as a part-time advisor.
Right. So, I think it's important not to lump every OpenAI departure together. The reasons are so different. Like Kevin Weil is another really good example. He was previously CPO, and then he moved into a research role, launched OpenAI for Science. And then when he left, OpenAI for Science was getting decentralized into other research teams, and Prism, which was the standalone science product that he oversaw, had gotten folded into Codex.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, what makes that one especially interesting is that Kevin clearly hasn't lost interest in AI for science. He's now working on a new company in that space.
Exactly.
So on the flip side, OpenAI is also recruiting some extremely sought-after people. What can we share there?
I mean, the biggest is probably Noam Shazir. He co-authored the Transformer paper. He founded Character.ai. And then Google paid roughly $2.7 billion in a licensing and talent deal to actually bring him back to Google. And then he went on to co-lead Gemini. And now it's less than 2 years later, he's actually leaving Google for OpenAI.
Yeah, that one is absolutely crazy. You had Google effectively spending billions of dollars to bring him back. And then you put him near the top of Gemini. And then less than 2 years later, OpenAI then gets him. So this is almost like a sports battle that's happening here. Who else do we have?
Well, and then there's Lillian Wang. She was previously a senior researcher at OpenAI. She left to co-found Thinking Machines with Mira Murati, and now she's back at OpenAI, which is another, it's like we're watching all these moves, like they're like trading cards.
Oh my gosh. So you see OpenAI, they're losing their senior executives, but it's still getting some of the most valuable talent in the industry that's getting recruited into their company.
Yeah, you have to look at both sides.
Yeah. Another company that's interesting to track is actually Google DeepMind. They had a ton of movement too. Katie, what more can you share there?
So the first most important distinction is that Demis Hassabis did not leave Google. He moved out of running DeepMind day to day and then into a chairman and chief scientist role at Alphabet so that he could spend more time on research and isomorphic labs. But Jeff Dean actually did leave. After 27 years at Google, he left to start Discovery Loop.
And he didn't leave alone, right?
Nope. Sanjay Ghemwat, Oriol Vinyals, and Quoc Le also left Google to join him. And those are some huge names. So Dean and Ghemwat helped build some of Google's foundational infrastructure. And Vinyals and Le have been major AI researchers for years. And the unusual part is that Google also itself invested in Discovery Loop, and Google Cloud is its compute partner.
Okay, so you're seeing that Google is losing 4 of their most major technical people, but then again, they're investing in the company they leave to start. So that's pretty interesting. Yeah. All right. We also have David Silver. What more can we share about David?
So David was one of DeepMind's earliest employees. He was one of the central researchers behind AlphaGo and DeepMind's reinforcement learning work. And after about 13 years, he left to start Ineffable Intelligence, which raised $1.1 billion in seed funding at a $5.1 billion valuation.
Oh my gosh, $1.1 billion in seed funding. That definitely feels like a perfect example of what we were talking about earlier. You know, you have these elite researchers who are leaving the frontier labs, but then they're able to raise billions of dollars, crazy amount of capital to actually compete with frontier lab talent.
And at that point, like, investors are really underwriting the person, their track record, and their ability to recruit more than anything else.
All right, these are some interesting talent watches, but now let's move into a funding watch because there's some big fundraising announcements that happened yesterday. What can we share?
Yeah, so Etched was the first one. They raised $700 million at a $21 billion valuation.
Wow.
And what's wild is that their valuation more than doubled in just 26 days. And Jane Street led the investment. They're also now a customer. They're running all their production workloads on their Frontier inference cluster. And the team is hiring aggressively. They already have more than 400 employees. And one of my favorite roles on their website right now is literally called the head of supercomputing.
Ooh, head of supercomputing. That is very 2026.
Yeah, and their team is stacked. It already includes multiple Harvard Thiel fellows. One of them is a world math champion. There's a senior technical leader who spent more than 2 decades at NVIDIA, and it's like the list goes on.
Yeah, so when a company raises $700 million, Talent Watch question becomes, who can they now afford to recruit?
I guess we'll have to wait and see.
We'll have to wait and see. So this is going to be an interesting thing to keep our eyes on. Another big round was Roulette. We actually had their CEO on earlier today to announce that announcement.
Yeah, they just raised $100 million Series C at a $1 billion valuation. It's actually their third fundraise in 14 months, bringing their total funding to above $200 million. And according to Reddit, the last round actually came together in less than 24 hours.
Yeah, less than a few days, which gives you just a sense of how quickly this capital is moving towards the companies that investors are thinking that will eventually break out. So we're also seeing Harvey. Harvey is another company where their valuation has moved incredibly quickly. The information says Harvey is in talks to raise at least $500 million at a $15.5 billion valuation, including the investment. This is a 40% premium to its last valuation 5 months ago.
Yep. So it went from $3 billion in February 2025 to $5 billion in June, $8 billion in October, and then 5 months ago, $11 billion this past March of 2026. Now they're using a lot of that capital to hire. I actually just sat down with Harvey's VP of Talent, Maggie Landers, yesterday. She joined about a year ago when Harvey had around 300-something employees, and now they're above 1,000 employees, and they're trying to hire roughly another 600 people by the end of this year.
Oh my gosh, by the end of this year, yeah. But if you do their math, their monthly hiring pace has gone from around 20 people per month to now 120 people per month.
That's nuts. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's just quite an insane amount of organizational growth in a year. So, Katie, let's just recap what we learned here. When you cross all of these moves that's happening in the industry, what are you watching for?
I'm watching clusters because, one person leaving is interesting, but if they are bringing 3 or 4 researchers with them and then they've raised $1 billion and now they're hiring from their old employer, that tells you a much bigger story. I'm also watching who's willing to leave a very comfortable position for something much riskier. And, someone walking away from Google or OpenAI right now to join a 6-month-old startup is placing a pretty meaningful bet.
Yeah, that's what makes Talent Watch super interesting. You're not just looking about who was hired or who got recruited or who actually left a company, but it's an indicator for where people are choosing to place their bets, because where top talent is moving is probably a signal about where this industry is going. So, Katie, thanks for joining today to talk about Talent Watch, and we'll be back tomorrow with another episode.
Thanks so much for having me.